never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Hawaii's governor warns many more bodies could be found as the death toll keeps rising there. However, Maui Brewing CEO Garrett Marrero says a storm is coming that will bring rain to the area.
There's like tarps and furring strips and nails and construction supplies that are necessary to start sealing in the homes that are still standing but may have lost siding or roof shingles, because we don't want to lose that house now to water damage.
The fire has so far claimed at least 96 lives, and Governor Josh Green warns crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. Damages are estimated at more than $5.5 billion. President Biden urging the big three car companies and the United Auto Workers to forge a deal as their contract is set to expire next month. Biden, in a statement on Monday, urged GM, Ford, and Stellantis to honor workers' right to organize. Biden administration officials are stressing the independence of new special counsel David Weiss. White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre says Weiss is leading the case.
This was done under the leadership of a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney.
Special counsels are not required to keep Congress updated on the status of their work, potentially complicating Republican-led investigations into the president's son. Hunter Biden's lawyers say federal prosecutors reneged on that plea agreement that fell apart. The former NFL player, who was the subject of the Oscar-winning film The Blind Side, is alleging the family who took him in as a teenager never adopted him. Michael Orr filed a petition in Tennessee court Monday claiming Sean and Leanne Toohey hoodwinked him to broker the deal for The Blind Side that paid them and their two birth children millions of dollars, while he didn't receive anything. The legal filing says Orr discovered this in February of this year. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
FEMA officials are on the ground in Hawaii to help with recovery efforts following devastating wildfires.
We have an office here on Oahu that is staffed with personnel and integration members that work side by side with the state of Hawaii each and every day.
FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said the agency is working to move residents displaced by the fires into hotels and other temporary housing. She said it's going to be a long-term recovery operation. Crews are searching through the damage to find residents who are missing. They're also looking for remains. Wind-fueled flames tore through the town of Lahaina on the island of Maui. The ambassador to Russia visited the Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia. The State Department says Ambassador Lynn Tracy visited Evan Gershkovich in Moscow on Monday. He was officially designated wrongfully detained by Russia by the U.S. State Department in April. Tracy said Gershkovich is in good health and remains strong. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. Witnesses scheduled to appear before the grand jury tomorrow showed up today. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. And Clarence Avant, the unofficial black godfather of the music industry, is dead at 92. Died Sunday at his Los Angeles home. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water, pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, is it that time again? Wow. How about that? Another day in the books. So it's back to work. As we close out a Monday, Tuesday comes on. Let's turn the page on the calendar. Here we go, 15th day of August. So, trust your week's off to a good start here. What do we got? And we got a big 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. All right, if you've been able to keep tabs of what's been going on, you talk about a dog and pony show. A lot of confusion in Fulton County, Georgia. How do you begin this? Yeah, sometime, I guess about midday, the official court website of Fulton County, Georgia, published what appeared to be the latest indictment against Donald Trump. And shortly thereafter, it was deleted. A bizarre, at least at this point, unexplained act that at least one critic says violated Trump's constitutional rights of due process. Reuters News first reported the document had been filed, then had to update the report when the document disappeared from the court website, and the office of Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis denied that an indictment had actually been issued. But Reuters had already screenshotted or copied, preserved, as they say, the initial document, which at that point had listed 39 charges against Trump, including the serious felony of racketeering, all the other 38 charges, solicitation of the violation of an oath, false statement, and conspiracy charges, all felonies. Now, again, the Fulton County, Georgia Court's website briefly posted that document, listing several charges against Trump. The district attorney's office then issued a statement saying no charges had been filed against Trump. The initial document that was preserved, again, by Reuters News, was dated August 14 and named Trump, citing the case as open, but was no longer available on the court's website. So they weren't able to determine why the item was posted, then removed. So the conspiracy theories were just going crazy throughout the day. Trump, of course, lashing out at the posting of that. The document was taken down. Screenshots showed 13 charges against Trump. So there's kind of conflicting reports. Well, here we are. We come up to the midnight hour Eastern time, and literally over the past hour in Georgia, if you recall, the initial reaction was, hey, the grand jury wasn't even meeting on Monday. They were slated to meet on Tuesday. Just heard in the news update. I'm guessing this was all done as a method of trying to not have the public know what was taking place in the courthouse. But the grand jury apparently was indeed meeting this past day. And we come down to sometime over the past hour. I take you back approximately 30, 40 minutes ago to the courthouse in Fulton County.
Thank you for joining us. I'm here with the prosecutors and investigators who have worked diligently on the investigation of criminal attempts to interfere in the administration of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Today, based on information developed by that investigation, a Fulton County grand jury returned a true bill of indictment, charging 19 individuals with violations of Georgia law arising from a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in this state. The indictment includes 41 felony counts and is 97 pages long. Please remember that everyone charged in this bill of indictment is presumed innocent. Specifically, the indictment brings felony charges against Donald John Trump, Rudolph William Louis Giuliani, John Charles Eastman, Mark Randall Meadows, John Cheeseborough, Jeffrey Clark, Jenna Lynn Ellis, Ray Stallings Smith III, Robert David Cheeley, Michael A. Roman, David James Schaefer, Sean Micah Tresher Steele, Stephen Cliffgard Lee, Harrison William Prescott Floyd, Travion C. Cootie, Sydney Catherine Powell, Kathleen Austin Latham, Scott Graham Hall, and Misty Hampton, also known as Emily Misty Hayes. Every individual charged in the indictment is charged with one count of violating Georgia's Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office beginning on January 20th, 21. Specifically, the participants in association took various actions in Georgia and elsewhere to block the counting of the votes of the presidential electors who were certified as the winners of Georgia's 2020 general election. As you examine the indictment, you will see acts that are identified as overt acts and those that are identified as predicate acts, sometimes called acts of racketeering activity. Overt acts are not necessarily crimes under Georgia law in isolation, but are alleged to be acts taken in furtherance of the conspiracy. Many occurred in Georgia, and some occurred in other jurisdictions and are included because the grand jury believes they were part of the illegal effort to overturn the results of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. The acts identified as predicate acts or acts of racketeering activity are crimes that are alleged to have been committed in furtherance of the criminal enterprise. Acts of racketeering activity are also charged as separate counts in the indictment against those who are alleged to have committed them. All elections in our nation are administered by these states, which are given the responsibility of ensuring a fair process and an accurate counting of the votes. That includes elections for presidential electors, Congress, state officials, and local offices. The state's role in this process is essential to the functioning of our democracy. Georgia, like every state, has laws that allow those who believe that results of an election are wrong, whether because of intentional wrongdoing or unintentional error, to challenge those results in our state courts. The indictment alleges that rather than abide by Georgia's legal process for election challenges, the defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise to overturn Georgia's presidential election result. Subsequent to the indictment, as is the normal process in Georgia law, the grand jury issued arrest warrants for those who are charged. I am giving the defendants the opportunity to voluntarily surrender no later than noon on Friday, the 25th day of August, 2023. I remind everyone here that an indictment is only a series of allegations based on a grand jury's determination of probable cause to support the charges. It is now the duty of my office to prove these charges in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. I would like to take a moment to thank the Superior Court Clerk, Shay Alexander, and her staff for staying late and making sure that this indictment was processed. I would also like to thank the men and women of Sheriff Labatt's office for keeping the courthouse open, but most importantly for keeping us safe over the weeks and months that have led up to this indictment, and for what I know they will continue to do to keep us safe.
All right, we'll pause it right there. So that literally occurred within the past, say, 30, 40 minutes. The indictment announcement literally wrapped up minutes before the midnight hour. So after all the confusion throughout the day, what you just listened to there was the actual announcement of the indictment coming down literally within the past hour. As she mentioned, it is fully available online. It is 97 pages long. And as you heard there, the proverbial laundry list. It's not just Donald J. Trump. It's pretty much everyone. And I mean, a number of names I did not recognize, several names I do recognize, but pretty much everyone in his inner circle being charged RICO Act violations in the state of Georgia. So everything just unfolds. And again, they did this at the latest of hours, just wrapping up before midnight. I'm assuming that there would be no protesters, no demonstrations, that nobody would be none the wiser on the streets of Atlanta that this was coming down, again, with the expectation that the grand jury wasn't slated to even meet until today, Tuesday of this week. Kari Lake, earlier in the day, after the presumably false document, or what they're citing as an administrative error, was posted online ever so briefly, she kind of reacted to that indictment, saying, Georgia just sealed the deal, via the former Twitter, now known as X, after the grand jury returned what cited 10 indictments in his efforts to overturn the results of the election. The official real Donald Trump said that he needed only one more indictment to win the presidency. Georgia just sealed the deal. We, the people, see right through these phony charges. We will not let a corrupt injustice system choose our nominee for us. We have your back, Mr. President. That was the quote, again, from Kari Lake. All right, so now initially they did not have the other defendant's name. She just announced, was it 19 names on that list? So all the media outlets, obviously, at this moment, are scouring through the 97 pages to try to decipher who's been charged with what, and how much time could be faced by all of the individuals involved. And obviously, the charges against Trump would include actual potential jail time. They've already clarified that it's not the kind of thing that could be served not behind bars, if convicted, of course. So breaking news at the midnight hour, closing out on Monday. Just thought I'd share that as we get things started here so you're up to speed with what is actually going on in Fulton County, Georgia. Again, the media just exiting the courthouse moments before the midnight hour here. So we'll get to some of our travelers' weather, business as usual, just another what seemed to be a rather slow news day Monday. Really kicked things into overdrive in the final hour Eastern time of the day. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So undoubtedly, I'm sure it may be several hours before we get any official update from the likes of USA Radio News. Yeah, they'll be saying full expectation is an indictment will be coming down, so don't be confused. Hopefully they'll get one of their newscasters to update some of their newscasts, seeing that this did come down at such a late night hour. Meanwhile, travelers' weather. Yes, we do have a bit of a stormy night, a lot of rain in Pennsylvania. Right now, most of the rain in southern New York, north of New York City, but you're in some pretty heavy rain from right about Binghamton, New York, down to Scranton, PA. The heaviest rain is now passed east of Pittsburgh, but in that zone between Harrisonburg and Altoona, some pretty healthy thunderstorms there. Not seeing anything reaching severe levels. A lot of spotty showers through parts of southern Ohio, West Virginia, eastern Kentucky there. We do have some stronger storms, which are indeed prompting severe thunderstorm warnings there in northeastern Tennessee over toward Johnson City over the next little bit. Yeah, more of the spotty showers, or some of these are heavier, what they typically call the supercells. Not a well-organized line, but individual cells that could prompt severe weather right on into the overnight hours. Thus, we do have severe weather watches from northern Alabama, northern Georgia, about the eastern third of Tennessee over into western North Carolina and western portions of Virginia. Primary concern of these storms that are going to be coming together on into Tuesday, torrential downpours and an elevated risk of flash flooding. Today's risk will encompass much of New England, the central Appalachians, and the upper portions of the mid-Atlantic. The setup supporting these storms. First, a robust influx of moisture streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico due to the southwesterly winds ahead of the cold front. Thunderstorms should be able to tap into some energy provided on both Monday and Tuesday with strong winds just above the surface. Have not seen a lot of tornado warnings. There was one about an hour ago issued there right in that northeast quadrant of Tennessee, but the tornado threat should be diminishing a bit on into Tuesday. It's really just going to be strong straight-line winds and torrential downpours, the biggest concern for the upcoming day. I presume the front, we did have a few rumbles of thunder a few hours ago, and I think that was the passing of the front. It's still fairly humid outside the secret bunker here, but the skies pretty much have cleared. The stars are shining bright out there. And we're down to 71 degrees at this hour. All right, so flooding concerns. I see flood watches for much of eastern Pennsylvania, southern New York, on over into parts of Massachusetts as they expect some of those torrential rains. Quick look at our travelers' weather. Lots to cover. Our number, 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The White House says President Biden was never in business with his son Hunter.
They keep turning up documents and witnesses showing that the president wasn't involved, never discussed these business dealings, and did nothing wrong.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the investigations led by House Republicans have yet to turn up substantial evidence to prove those allegations. If you're an American, chances are you're drinking.
Americans are consuming alcohol at a steady rate. Gallup's latest consumption habits poll shows that 62% of Americans said they had occasion to use alcoholic beverages like liquor, wine, or beer. That's in line with findings for more than 8 decades that the company's been tracking the number. Meanwhile, this year, 38% said they do not drink at all. For those who do drink, 69% said they drank in the past week and 32% in the past day. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried New Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Trying to get settled in, catching up with what's going on. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, everyone. I said, I hope Heatwave can find a job soon. He was anticipating, as he told us last evening, he had another potential job lined up. Apparently, he got the news this past day that position, he presumes, was filled over the weekend. So he's kind of back to the drawing board, looking for a job once again. Happy Taco Tuesday, though, from Philly Dan. Everybody have a great day. There's Shorty, rolling I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando, turnaround number 1. Here we go, getting the week started, right? Sergeant MacGyver checks in from Snoqualmie, Washington tonight. A pleasant evening. Safe travels to all those who keep America rolling. James says, I think Trump was just handed the state of Georgia for 2024. We'll see. Thomas, hello there. How we doing here on a Tuesday morning? Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Happy Tuesday. Correct. Michigan Madman on board. Dipsy Driver, hello, Steve, and the most informed audience. Kind of a rainy night here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Got flood advisory and flood warnings just west of us here. But a big thank you to all the hardworking men and women behind the big wheel and the brave behind the badge and those who've worn or are wearing our fantastic military uniforms. And that includes the Coast Guard and Border Patrol, who I know are doing the best they can with what this administration is throwing at them. Everybody, please stay safe out there and have a great week. Larry, hello, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. Checking in from Wallkill, New York on a wet night, 76 degrees. Same temperature there in Natural Bridge, Virginia. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. All right, Vincent's on board. 5-7 checks in. Hello, Pappy. It's raining indictments in Georgia. Fruitland is now a big banana republic. Hammer down straight out of the loony town. Now, shout out to all the nocturnal listeners who are not falling for this communist tactic. Stay safe. All right. Hello, Russell. How's your week starting out? Good morning, Steve. 71 in Dayton, Ohio. Hope you and the princess had a good anniversary. Yes, indeed. We did. Thank you so much. All right. Well, communist at its best tonight. Another indictment of Trump in Georgia. Hello out there to all the truck drivers. Everybody be safe and keep on rolling. And yes, Miss Millie, Fulton County, Georgia, indicting Trump again and again. Hello to Rockpick. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. Right now at the Rochester International Airport, a bit overcast. Happy Tuna Tuesday, all you hardworking Americans, because tuna is safer behind the wheel than a taco. Everybody watch out for the other driver and stay safe out there. Yes, indeed. All right. Acts of conspiring to stop a presidential candidate from running, says Pappy. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in via Facebook as we get things underway here on a Taco Tuesday. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's going on?
Well, hello, Steve.
Are we checking in from the...
Are you there?
Are we at the Marina Del Rey, or are we actually out on the road tonight? I thought you were at the Home 20 this week.
No, we trailer trucking. We had a little setback over the weekend there. I had a front crankshaft seal go out. I had it fixed Friday. It was leaking, and I had some downtime real quick, so I run it over to the shop. And when the guy was going back up with it, I told him, that piece that you putting back in it don't look right. Oh, it'll be fine. I shined it up real good and everything. You know, it'll be fine. I said, let me run back over here to Caterpillar and get that new piece to go in there. Oh, no, this'll be fine. This'll be fine. I said, it ain't going to take me 5 minutes to run back over there. Well, that fine polishing job that he put on that thing, he left a spur, and it cut that seal. And so I've been shut down for a day and a half in Birmingham, Alabama. Woo, you talking about hot? Boy, when you realize you ain't got no air conditioning, you know, I couldn't leave the trailer, go to the motel or anything. I had to stay there with it. And finally got it going this morning, and you know, and they diagnosed pretty much what I knew the outcome was going to be. So, you know, $1,250 later, I'm rolling again. You know, just break out another 1,000, take off and go again.
Wow.
So that's how my weekend's been going, you know. It just started off right. But, Steve, you know, I tell you, I hadn't got much to say about this over the week when this thing popped. I don't know if anybody brought it up on the show, but I am done with NASCAR. Me and Debbie's got tickets to go to Darlington, and we're not even going. After what they done to Noah Grayson, and they're going to let Bubba Wallace get out there and show his rear end, you know, and claim that everybody hung a noose over his car and get out there and start beating up on people and everything, you know. And Noah Grayson, you know, made a little mistake. He liked the thing on Facebook, and they ruined that boy's career. And then, you know, and I said, I'm done with NASCAR. I'm done with the wokeness. I've had it with them. So you won't hear much about me with NASCAR anymore. I'm going strictly rodeo. There's no wokeness in that. They tell it the way it is and everything else. But, you know, talk about communism at its finest. That's it right there. And then this bull crap that they pulled tonight in Georgia just knocked my socks off. I've been listening to it all night. You know, the way I look at it, I think Donald's going to walk scot-free on all of this. You know, I mean, what's going on? You know, you go back when Adam Schiff started his Russian collusion bull crap, the fake dossier by Hillary Clinton, and we just go on and on down the line. You know, these Democrats getting away with murder, the double standard that everybody, you know.
Right,
and I'm like the guy said a while ago, they just handed Trump the election. I mean, the American people, everywhere you go and you talk, are fed up with this bull crap that Joe Biden's family's got away with, you know? And it goes just right on down the line. And we've had enough. And now I think people are really realizing just how damn close this country is to becoming a banana republic. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm kind of surprised at the sheer number. I mean, there's Trump and 18 other individuals being charged in Georgia. I mean, I guess, you know, everyone surrounding Trump and I don't know who many of them are. I mean, everybody knows who Rudy Giuliani is. I recognize a couple of names, you know, Mark Meadows and a few others. But I'm assuming these are his attorneys. And I don't know. We'll be finding out in the coming days who the heck these people are.
All right, Mark Meadows was his chief of staff.
Mm-hmm.
I met him 2 or 3 times up there when he was a representative. You know, he was the president of the Freedom Caucus. Very, very level-headed, have a lot of respect for it. I mean, did you see where they even indict Kanye West? Can you believe that bull crap? Kanye West has been indicted along with these other 17 people. I mean, this is just ludicrous. You're talking about far-reaching. I mean, this woman has went off her rocker, and somebody in that courthouse has given Donald get out of jail ticket when she posted all them indictments and everything at 9 o'clock this morning.
Right.
They seem to think that the grand jury hadn't even voted. Well, to me, that's influencing the grand jury, if you ask me. You know?
And they're saying that whatever was posted early in the day actually did have like a docket number, like it was officially. I mean, it was in before the grand jury has had a chance to even vote yay or nay on pursuing the charges. That document should have never been in the hands of the clerk of the courts. So how did the clerk even have access to it to put a docket number on it before the grand jury had even voted?
You know, the thing that gets me is that was a phony document. Well, it come down word for word what she read tonight. And Ted Cruz was on there talking about it. Ain't nobody knows the law no better than Ted Cruz.
Right.
And he said, this is wrong. This is wrong. They can't do this. This is going to come back and bite them in the butt. And I hope it does. I mean, I hope it makes a bunch of fools out of all them idiots down there and from the DA right on down over there in Georgia. You know, and Stacey Abrams should be charged. She should have been charged for her rhetoric. You know, and I mean, the line goes just right on down the line, you know. But I'm sitting there listening to this, and I'm laughing. And Debbie called me, and she says, what you giggling about? I said, you watch the old red-headed man. He going to make a fool out of all of them. I said, you just wait and see. I mean, you know, we've had some Supreme Court justices down there, you know, in the federal court, not the higher upper court, but it has done moved in Donald's direction, especially that one down there in Florida when old Jack Smith was trying to pull his crap. She said, oh, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. You got to give them everything. Well, that just shot his case. Now they're calling for the Congress to cut off Jack Smith's funding by September the 30th. That was Newt Gingrich said that tonight. Said what Congress needs to do is take a vote and knock his legs out from under it. But I tell you something, these Democrats are shaking in their boots. They're trying to do everything they can, and it goes all the way back to Barack Obama being involved in this. And they know that if Donald gets back up there, I shouldn't say if, when he gets back up there, he is going to knock the wind out of all of them sails. You just watch, see what I tell you. Hillary Clinton, the Biden bunch, Obama, Adam Schiff, and old Chucky Schumer up there running his mouth tonight. I told y'all he was running a crime syndicate up there in the White House. I told you. The man ain't even, he got indicted, and they already done jumped on the bandwagon. But, Steve, I heard some figures today on what some of these congresswomen from California have raked in just being Congress people.
Mm-hmm.
Dianne Feinstein, $35 million. Nancy Pelosi, $25 million. Just being a U.S. senator or congressperson. Now, you tell me they ain't taking some damn payola. It's just been a day. I mean, it's a record-breaking day. Like Ted Cruz said, never in the history of this country have we indicted a ex-president, sitting president, in the history of this country, and here we are, got a man that has been indicted 4 times. So what will that tell you? They pulling everything they can, but I'm telling you, it's gonna backfire on them. Now they said the only thing that worries them about this woman indicting these 18 people.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to take a plea bargain? Who's going to cop out? That's where the problem is going to come from, right there.
And she said she wants to try them all at the same time. I don't know how that's even possible, but she intends to try all 19 together.
Right. Now think about this. This is the same DA that just released a document at 9 o'clock before the grand jury ever got to vote on this thing, and she gonna try 19 people. All I can tell Miss Wilson is, I hope you enjoy your job, girlfriend, because you probably ain't gonna be there after this is over, because you're gonna put egg on the judicial system of Georgia in a big way.
Yeah.
I mean, I see this coming, but I don't think that Donald will get charged on anything.
Convicted.
I really don't. I don't believe he'd be convicted.
Right.
Right. I just don't believe it's a trumped up deal, and everybody sees it now. But Steve, before I get out of here, I want to tell Miss Mindy congratulations on your big promotion.
And I believe she's going to be making a trip down to the secret bunker 1 week from this morning. Her and Bud are going to come down Monday night, Tuesday morning.
Now, who is Bud?
Bud's like the boss man. He's the man in charge now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So we have not had the pleasure of meeting him yet?
Yeah, supposedly he was in Louisville, I think briefly on Saturday, they say, and I don't actually recall meeting him there, but they said he was there. So, I guess there were so many people, it was so busy, And you weren't there you weren't there Saturday, so you didn't get to meet him.
No, we were trying to get back in. I just couldn't walk another quarter mile. My little feet were saying, we tired.
Yep.
I tell you what, we must have walked 100 miles up there them them 3 days, you know, 'cause I walked the whole show Wednesday when I got up there.
Mm-hmm.
And everything, but yeah, looking forward to this year coming up. You know, always a good time at Louisville, man. But that's about my rant for the night, and we're gonna back on out of here. Probably tomorrow night we'll be out bumping around somewhere.
All right, safe travels. Sorry about the setback there, over the weekend. So didn't make it to the Marina Del Rey. Yeah, and as you heard in the official reading of the breakdown there, the indictment, all 19 individuals, what'd you say? They have arrest warrants issued for them, but she's going to give the defendants the opportunity to voluntarily surrender no later than noon on Friday the 25th. So not this Friday, but the following Friday. And again, she was asked after the news conference if she's going to try the defendants together, which she replied yes. She did not elaborate whether, but did say that each of the 19 in the indictment were charged with one count of violating Georgia's Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act, a.k.a. the RICO Act, through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Trump to seize the term of office beginning January 20 of 2021. And I believe she did tell reporters it's going to be up to the judge to set the date of the trial. She's pushing to have it like within 6 weeks or something. She said this office will be submitting a proposed schedule within the week. However, that'll totally be to the discretion of the judge. Yeah, she said she wanted to move this case along and will propose a trial date within it's not 6 weeks, it's within the next 6 months. I apologize. She said she did not have a desire that Georgia be the first or last trial that Trump faces. I want to try him and be respectful of our sovereign states. We don't want to move this case along. We do want to move this case along. So we'll be asking for a proposed order that occurs, a trial date within the next 6 months. All that coming out again within like the past hour or so. More to come after, let's tell you what, we're close enough to the top of the hour. Let's just go through a couple other tidbits, what we know at this hour. As I mentioned, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows was among the defendants. Let me see. Beyond Trump himself, Meadows is the highest-ranking White House official to be charged in the Georgia indictment. Meadows was notably absent among the 6 Trump co-conspirators named in an earlier indictment stemming from Jack Smith's election interference probe, special counsel. The former chief of staff was ordered by a South Carolina judge to testify before the Georgia special grand jury. But a juror earlier this year said that Meadows declined to answer questions, pretty much invoking his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. He did testify to the special counsel grand jury in Washington. Prosecutors alleged that Meadows furthered the conspiracy to try to overturn the 2020 election. So he, like all 19 defendants, is charged in the indictment with the violation of the RICO law. All right, let's see. Meadows is also charged with solicitation of the violation of oath of office by a public officer over the January phone call with then Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger when Trump asked him to find the votes. Meadows was one of the White House officials that was actually on that call, they say. What else in the mix? Again, all these late night developments. Trump's attorneys immediately responded. They did issue a statement already. Saying, describing this grand jury presentation as shocking and absurd. All right, go figure. I guess headline, Giuliani actually faces 13 charges. So more than any of the other defendants, with the exception of Trump himself. So 13 charges against Giuliani as it stands. All right, 19 defendants, a 41-count indictment. And that's all. Again, they have till the noon hour on Friday the 25th to, quote, voluntarily surrender. All right, we'll get back to your calls coming up here. Hang in there as we hit the top of the hour news break as we close out hour number 1. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Hawaii's governor warns many more bodies could be found as the death toll keeps rising there. However, Maui Brewing CEO Garrett Marrero says a storm is coming that will bring rain to the area.
There's like tarps and furring strips and nails and construction supplies that are necessary to start sealing in the homes that are still standing but may have lost siding or roof shingles, because we don't want to lose that house now to water damage.
The fire has so far claimed at least 96 lives, and Governor Josh Green warns crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. Damages are estimated at more than $5.5 billion. President Biden urging the big three car companies and the United Auto Workers to forge a deal as their contract is set to expire next month. Biden, in a statement on Monday, urged GM, Ford, and Stellantis to honor workers' right to organize. Biden administration officials are stressing the independence of new special counsel David Weiss. White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre says Weiss is leading the case.
This was done under the leadership of a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney.
Special counsels are not required to keep Congress updated on the status of their work, potentially complicating Republican-led investigations into the president's son. Hunter Biden's lawyers say federal prosecutors reneged on that plea agreement that fell apart. The former NFL player, who was the subject of the Oscar-winning film The Blind Side, is alleging the family who took him in as a teenager never adopted him. Michael Orr filed a petition in Tennessee court Monday claiming Sean and Leanne Toohey hoodwinked him to broker the deal for The Blind Side that paid them and their two birth children millions of dollars, while he didn't receive anything. The legal filing says Orr discovered this in February of this year. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
FEMA officials are on the ground in Hawaii to help with recovery efforts following devastating wildfires.
We have an office here on Oahu that is staffed with personnel and integration members that work side by side with the state of Hawaii each and every day.
FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said the agency is working to move residents displaced by the fires into hotels and other temporary housing. She said it's going to be a long-term recovery operation. Crews are searching through the damage to find residents who are missing. They're also looking for remains. Wind-fueled flames tore through the town of Lahaina on the island of Maui. The ambassador to Russia visited the Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia. The State Department says Ambassador Lynn Tracy visited Evan Gershkovich in Moscow on Monday. He was officially designated wrongfully detained by Russia by the U.S. State Department in April. Tracy said Gershkovich is in good health and remains strong. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. Witnesses scheduled to appear before the grand jury tomorrow showed up today. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. And Clarence Avant, the unofficial black godfather of the music industry, is dead at 92. Died Sunday at his Los Angeles home. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The microphone back at it. Hour number 2 underway. All right. Hope your week's off to a good start. Welcome aboard. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight. Kind of a stuffy night. But nonetheless, had a great weekend at Henry Horton State Park in Cherry Hill, Tennessee. Attended the wife's sister's wedding. Had a tremendous time, played golf 3 days. Had some pretty strong thunderstorms come rolling through 2 of those 3. But ate some good food, played lots of euchre. I'll be loading up Tuesday afternoon for Kansas City. I am ashamed to live in Georgia, where a former president and other are being indicted by a corrupt district attorney. It's not surprising, though, with the vitriol that the swamp has shown towards Trump and have sworn to ruin him. But everybody have a great night. All right, Buckeye Boy, thank you for checking in. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, Bull Holler. Good morning, 77 degrees, Glasgow, Kentucky, as we've got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train headed west to the land of Oz. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Russell said, y'all know these indictments. That dog don't hunt. Okay. Yes, indeed. All right, under the industry headlines, before we get back to your calls, an attorney representing the now defunct Yellow Corporation said there's been new interest from parties willing to provide the company with bankruptcy financing. At a Friday hearing in a Delaware court, Yellow attorney Pat Nash said there's been a, quote, number of inbounds from other parties willing to provide the debtor in possession financing needed to fund the marketing and the sale of the company's assets. One of those parties has actually retained counsel, he said. Now, it was known earlier last week that Estes Express Lines and the Boston hedge fund MFN Partners, which has more than a 40% stake in Yellow's equity, were also making offers to provide debtor-in-possession financing. Those offers were said to provide better financial terms as well as more time to liquidate the terminals and the equipment than the deal that was provided by Yellow's term loan lender, Apollo Global Management. Nash said Estes and MFN Partners indicated a willingness to provide new money on a junior basis, which is a concern of Apollo's. Apollo holds first lien position on a term loan with a $501 million balance. It also has a lien position ahead of the government on the first tranche of the COVID relief loan that had been issued to him by the Treasury. Nonetheless, debtor-in-possession financing allows the lenders of new money to take senior lien positions ahead of the existing lenders at the time of the bankruptcy filing. Nash also said Friday that Estes has provided a term sheet for its proposal. As I stand here today, I have optimism that we're going to have one of these parties posting, maybe we'll have both of these parties posting, willing to put in money on a junior basis on terms and conditions that work for the pre-petition secured parties as well as for the debtors. He's hopeful to have new financing agreements sometime early this week on much more favorable terms than Apollo had offered. Now, there still appears to be some discrepancy over the term junior. Nash said some existing lenders have provided comments on their interpretation, which he's shared with the potential debtor-in-possession lenders. But during the Friday hearing, one of Apollo's lawyers reiterated that assets should be sold in a manner that maximizes cash proceeds to the estate and not by means of credit bids, which allow senior lien holders to use debt owed to them to make offers. An attorney for MFN said no one should get preferential treatment in the marketing process here. We want to make sure that whoever is the debtor-in-possession lender, if it's MFN or somebody else, that it allows for the estate to have a robust marketing process and doesn't give a leg up to anyone that's interested in bidding. All right, Yellow update. Here we go. It is 844-844-3388. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Hey, Steve, I'm checking in. Could you come back to me?
I indeed can do that. Not a problem. Inbred Redneck. Hey there. How's your week starting?
Hey, that is going on right there. I got that big old news there going on there about Trump and whatnot and all the craziness. Buddy, I'll tell you what. That's why I threw my hat in the ring. I knew some shenanigans was going to go on, buddy. So I figured I'd give the American people another choice, you know.
Right.
Daggone. I think Monkey Gouger may be right about, these people all getting indicted. Somebody's going to roll over. It's going to be bad news. Something will happen there. Nobody wants to do time in a prison in Georgia. Just think of the swamp feet and butt that goes on in a Georgia prison, Steve. And other things besides that. I mean, shoot. But I believe old Trump's goose is cooked, whether you like it or not. The daggone telephone call, leave it up to the good old Southern Democrats to figure it out. Don't just indict 1, 2, or 3. Get you 20 or so in there. Even get Kanye West. I mean, isn't he like a confirmed lunatic now? How many times has he been to the mental asylum?
I don't know where Monkey Gouger came up with Kanye West. He's not on the list that I'm looking at, or the list that I heard read in the official indictment. There supposedly they say there are 30 other co-conspirators that are not being charged. So maybe he's part of that list of 30 other people. I don't know.
Buddy, you know what this reminds me of? The time I almost got pinched with this feller that was making funny money, buddy. I don't think I ever told you or the listening off the audience out there anything about it, but and you know what happened, buddy? They the loose lips kept a-talking, and luckily I was out of the deal there. I didn't even know what was going on, buddy. But I put it to you this way. When a feller goes to a chicken fight and bets on both chickens,
yeah,
you know somebody's chicken is cooked, buddy. So I'm telling you, they've got so many in there. One of them's going to fold, even if they don't have evidence. They'll make up evidence just to keep themselves out of it. These are like a Washington elite. This Sidney Powell, she's kind of fishy anyway, you know. She was one of them lawyers that popped up, and then Trump said, well, she's not my lawyer, and she's trying to fight Dominion voting machines and all kinds of stuff, buddy. So I think she's even in on that on a lawsuit with Dominion, and it seemed like it was Fox News, and I think Dominion went after her too on a personal level. So yeah, there's something going on there, buddy. But Steve, tonight I wanted to give the American people something out there, a gift that nobody else is going to give them, buddy. It's just a little thing that you could do. People, I want y'all all to look into the state of Wyoming and set up an LLC out of the state of Wyoming. If you don't do it for yourself, do it for the inbred redneck.
Okay. Well, why do I need
Yeah.
an LLC in Wyoming? What's special about that?
Well, buddy, you know, say you own a truck or whatever,
Yeah.
and you get in a wreck and maybe get sued or something. Well, daggone, they can put a lien on you, but they can't take your stuff. It's the same. It's just a little bit of financial literacy to help people out. You know, there's a couple things you can do all around the country. Florida, you can do a similar thing with land. Nevada, you can do a thing similar to that. But, Steve, the big thing, and I even want you to listen to me on this. I know most people out there got them a 401k, and they believe in the hype. They're out there just diving in on it. Oh, yes, that guy's my buddy. That company's my buddy. They're looking out for me. They are not looking out for you people. Most 401k out there, unless you specifically tell the little dude handling your account or female handling your account, they make their money off the stock trade. They're not going to buy you the right kind of stocks that you need. Steve, think about it. If that stock goes up over 20 years, say it doubles, triples, sure, that's a pretty good lump of change. But they're looking at it as buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. And every time they buy, sell, they're getting a piece of the action.
Right. Transaction
Now-
fees.
Yes.
Back and forth. Yep.
Now, say you go and buy a stock like PepsiCo or Coca-Cola, just to be fair. These are dividend yielding stocks. They're going to give you a little bit of money every year, some of them every quarter. Hell, you can even get like REITs that'll pay you monthly. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
That should be at least 90% of your portfolio. Because not only are you getting the money from the dividend yields, you're also getting the increase in stock price. And then plus, if you hold on to it long enough, you're getting the compound interest. One stock will buy another stock. And that is how rich people get rich. And the reason I'm telling all of y'all is because I'm retired. I do what I want to now. I run around with the redneck girls. We drink, we have fun, and we don't worry about life and all the minutia out there. Please just listen to me, people. Sure, you got to pay a little bit of tax on them dividends, but it's only like 14%. You're not paying in on the Social Security. You know, once you got enough of these lined up, you know, say you're getting $4 off a stock a year. Well, all you need is 20,000 stocks. You got an $80,000 income a year coming to you. And to most people out there, they can kick back and live comfortably. If you can't, move. Go to a different place. Come to Eastern Kentucky. We need you. I need you over here. I need something to amuse me. It gets boring sometimes sitting around watching all these other people work their life away, Steve. Me and the redneck girls need some amusement. You know, we need other retired people around here.
Where the cost of living is cheap, right?
That's right, buddy. Come on down there. You can get you a pack of cigarettes for daggone $6, you know. Just think about that, Steve. And that's the big high dollar brand. Get a case of beer under $20. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Oh, yeah, especially the Bud Light.
Yeah. I mean, even Miller was that low.
Yeah,
this weekend, buddy.
They're still almost giving that Bud Light away there, Redneck.
Yeah, I know it, buddy. It's amazing what a feller in a dress will do for your company. You know, boy, leave it up to the Europeans to ruin a great American company. You know, them and the Australians went in there and bought that up, just ruined it, buddy. I wouldn't be buying no Anheuser-Busch stock looking for no dividend yields or nothing like that, buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, this is boo. Bull. Yeah, bull. Yeah, I won't say the other words in my mouth. But yeah, Steve, we've got to quit going at each other and get out of this consumer thing. You, just like you heard there, Biden's wanting the UAW to join together and get a union contract through. I'm going to tell each and every one of you out there a secret. I heard it from a man at Ford about 15 years ago. He told me. He said, when you buy that car, you ain't really buying that car. It's only about $15,000 worth of parts laying there and labor. He said, you're paying for the daggone union retirement. And I ain't got nothing against no daggone union. Hell, I've been on myself. But come on, guys. Just stop thinking about, the Joneses down the street and their brand new car and all that, Just ride around. Hey, you know what, Steve? A lot of people don't know this about me. I've had a lot of cars over years, stuff like that. But you know what I do nowadays?
What's that?
I got two cars. And you wouldn't guess what they are.
A Yugo.
No, buddy. I got a 2011 Ford Focus I paid cash for. Bought it brand new. And I got a 1979 Chevrolet pickup truck. Custom Deluxe. And to people that don't know me, they don't think I got a dime to my name. Trust me, don't be throwing around that money. I went and looked at brand new pickup trucks the other day, Steve. You know, if you got one decked out, everything there is. And most of the time when I buy something, I want it decked out and, get your money's worth out of it. Get the finest that you got when you're getting it. And that way you don't have to worry about it too much later on. Guess what the prices were, Steve?
$75,000.
Oh, that's a base model, Steve.
Oh.
That's a base model.
Wow.
$100,000 trucks sitting on them lots, Steve.
Wow.
Now, you tell me that pickup truck is worth more than the average man working every day of his life a year? That don't make no sense in this world.
No,
buddy.
sir. Nope.
You figure up probably the average man in America makes $45,000 a year. I mean, that's figuring in all, sort of occupations and everything else. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Get out of the rat race. Stop it now. Get out of it. Your life will be so much better. All you need is 20,000 stocks to set your life free, people. That's it. It'll only cost you, I think I figured it up today, right around $200,000 if you bought the right stocks. That would get you at $80,000 a year dividend yields. Now, of course, everything ain't secure, and things change. Dividend yields go up and down.
Right. And
It may be higher. This is a bad year.
There's no guarantees when it comes to the stock market.
That's exactly right, buddy. But I think I proved to everybody over the years that, hang on, if you just study it a little bit, and, you know, some people say, you know, why you listen to Steve Summers? You're retired. It's the middle of the night. Well, Steve's my buddy. Plus, I get to hear what I like to call the vulture news. Just like a couple of weeks ago, Steve, I told you, you know, Yeller's going all to pieces. There's going to be some vultures come in there and pick the flesh off them bones. Well, apparently I popped up before Estes did. Old Mr. Estes over there at Chester, Virginia. I know him, known him for years. I don't even know if he's still alive anymore, but dang on, he built half of Richmond over there. Richer than God, you know. But dang on, picked the stock up 50 cents. Some of it I sold at $4. And the majority of the rest of it I sold at $2. I think I don't even have any more dang on yellow stock anymore. So,
but you're doing,
you know, if
you've done pretty good. You turned yourself a tidy little profit. Yeah, if an old hillbilly from eastern Kentucky can do that, anybody can, right? All right, Redneck. Always good to hear from you. Inbred Redneck. For president 2024, right? All right, we'll get to other industry headlines coming up. What's going on out there? It's 844-844-3388. We get a quick news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. The deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history has claimed at least 96 lives. David, a resident of Lahaina, got in a vehicle with friends to flee, but the roads were gridlocked.
I ran out of the car and ran for my life. Ran down to the ocean. I was only a quarter mile from the ocean, and they stayed in their car. Like 3 of my friends in one car and 2 dogs died.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green is warning that crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. Gas prices are on the rise, inching toward the $4 mark across the country. According to AAA, the national average for regular unleaded hit $3.85. John Schaefer, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, for some parts of the country, it's cooling off a bit. It's going to almost be like a little taste of fall outside the secret bunker. We're talking like maybe mid-70s for high temperatures. Summer's not over yet, though. According to the breakdown, a big change in the weather pattern is a-coming. A massive heat dome develops over the heartland of the country later this week, and it may persist through much of the second half of August. So along with a string of days where temperatures push into the upper 90s to 100 degrees in many areas of the nation's midsection, some relief from the heat and the dryness in parts of the south and the west as this setup comes together. Texas, of course, has been the focal point of unrelenting heat this summer. Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, all running above average since the 1st of June. Houston, 100-degree temperatures every day this month, except for August 3rd when it was 99. The same type of weather system that's been responsible for this relentless heat in Texas and the south central states and parts of the interior southwest this summer is going to kind of regroup and set up shop further north later this week. That's what they call a heat dome, high pressure from near the surface to the level where jets fly. Once it's in place, it can create a cycle of building heat and dryness that's difficult to break. Cities in the central and northern plains to parts of the Midwest could actually see some of the highest temperature readings you've seen all summer as that heat surges into next weekend and into next week. For example, Des Moines, Iowa, all summer, your recorded all summer was 98 degrees, the highest temperature. Yeah, you're probably going to reach or exceed 100 degrees for a couple of days by early next week. Yeah, other major cities on the list likely to experience season high marks well into the 90s early next week. Will include Minneapolis and Chicago. Now, temperatures in some areas will fall short of the hottest weather so far, but those same places will be experiencing extreme heat nonetheless. Highs near or just above 100 forecast in Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, St. Louis, and Topeka, Kansas. So, indeed, we typically see those dog days of summer during the month of August. All right. All right, Hillbilly, take two.
Yeah, thank you for holding me over, Steve. Happy anniversary and all that. And I was happy that driver kind of surprised you. That was kind of a cool story that you said yesterday.
It was, yes.
And good to hear your grandsons on the air, too. First the show last night.
Yeah, they were pretty thrilled with that.
Were they happy to see what Grandpa does for a living?
That's exactly right. So now, of course, they stayed up late last night. So I think they were up to like 2 a.m. But so now it's time to get them back on schedule. Got to get them on a sleep schedule to start school. I think first day's next Tuesday.
I got you. Are they ready to go back to school?
You know, it's always kind of exciting. You have anticipation. When the school year starts, give it a few weeks and it'll be back to the old, I don't want to get up.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Monkey Gouger said it best. That's communist, what they're doing to Trump. Just changing the subject real fast on you. But I've never seen a single person hated by a group like Trump is. I mean, it's almost laughable how bad they're going after them, trying to make them unelectable, I guess.
With what came down here just before midnight Eastern time, that's the fourth criminal indictment. Donald Trump is now facing 91 criminal charges in those 4 separate cases. 91 charges. I mean, anything you can throw at him.
Right. And them putting that out there before the
grand jury? Yeah.
I mean, that's almost a get out of jail free card, ain't it? I mean, that's almost like due process was eliminated on that. But I don't know. It's an unbelievable way they're going after them, in my eyes. Wasting tax dollars. I mean, what else can be said that we haven't already said on here?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But, all right, Steve, I'm fixing to head south for Louisville. It's kind of about 71 degrees up here in Columbus, and roads are wet, but no rain. So that's nice.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Hillbilly. Did you have a good weekend otherwise? How was your weekend?
Short. Worked Saturday, but other than that, I took the little woman out to eat Saturday night, and we were going to watch the meteor shower, so we kind of hung around the airport watching the planes land and take off, and went home about the time the rain hit, and I'm like, well, maybe I'll stay up about 1 o'clock, and I walked outside, and it was still real cloudy. I'm like, I'm going to bed.
Yep, I did the same thing. We had the rain push through, and the clouds were starting to break, and I don't know, it was still kind of hazy, though, so I saw a couple of Perseids. They were real fast and rather faint. Didn't see any of the brilliant fireballs. But speaking of which, for those who actually had clear skies Saturday night into Sunday morning, apparently they say the Perseids did put on quite a show. August 12th into the 13th, viewing conditions were much better than last year. which, of course, you had the full moon, which outshined many of the meteors. If you didn't catch the peak, they do say the meteor shower remains active till about August 24th. Obviously, fewer meteors per hour compared to the peak over the weekend. But there were some observers of the heavens that got out there, and they got some pretty good video where the skies were clear. Images that not only highlight the meteor's brilliance, but kind of showcasing the grandeur of the cosmos, some of the vibrant trails. And it was, for those who had the clear skies, hopefully you got a chance to catch a couple of those Perseids over the weekend. It is 844-844-3388. Gilligan, how's your week starting out?
Oh, it's starting out all right, I guess. Well, Captain Ron's on vacation. Tell Captain Ron, this is the best I can do. Happy Monday, because this is my Monday.
There you go.
Yep. Oh, we love our Mondays, don't we? Ugh, boy, that leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Second week in a row. Well, Steve, I got to say, happy anniversary. A little belated, but 40 years is one heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out how Lisa put up with you that long, though.
That's a good question. Valid question.
Yeah, well, she must be a saint. Yep, I'll tell you, I tell you that the idea that Sundance had last night, that the reason these companies will not hire yellow drivers, well, they're all lazy. They don't want to do nothing. They don't care about the freight. Well, that's what corporate management, a lot of these companies think about the union drivers. Well, I know a few personally, and that is far from the truth on all of them. I've heard them complain about how some employees, yes, that is their opinion. They don't care. Well, guess what? That's any company. We have it here with my company. I mean, there's employees, it don't matter what company you're with, really don't care about the equipment. They don't care about the products they're hauling. It don't matter whether it's union, non-union, big company, small company, or whatever. That's just par for the course. That's nothing new. I was talking about that meteor shower. I mean, I went out a little bit on Sunday morning, and we had fairly clear skies. I went out there probably about 20 minutes, and I didn't see a single one.
No.
And I must have just been bad timing. I happened to wake up about 4:15 and decided I'd walk out, and went out there for a while, and I'm here like, well, probably if I stayed out here longer, I'm liable to see a bunch, but I guess it was just bad timing, and I was tired anyway, and I went back to bed. So, yeah, I was a little disappointed, but then again, I didn't put the full force effort into it, too. And where I live, that skyscraper puts off a lot of light, but we killed the power about midnight. So, but then we had pretty well done. It was pretty well dark, so it wasn't all that light pollution from the GMAB Enterprises skyscrapers.
Right.
I mean, that place really lights up sometimes, especially around Christmas time. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight, and I appreciate, for now at least, and I appreciate you taking my call. Hope everybody has a safe ride.
All right, enjoy those Reese cups rolling down the highway. All right, I'm looking here. The Daily Mail did indicate, aside from the 19 that were actually charged this past evening in Georgia, they say there are 30 other unindicted co-conspirators, people accused of being part of the plot, but not named or charged. Trump, of course, charged with RICO, the RICO Act. That's usually a count that's used to try like mafia figures, cartel leaders, gang bosses. Also charged with solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, perjury, and a host of other counts. So here just in the state of Georgia, if convicted on all charges, facing 71 years in prison. And they do point out, unlike federal charges, state charges cannot be pardoned by a president. Now, it's been a lot of response coming down the pike from other Republican leaders this past evening. Shortly after the indictment was officially unleashed, it was maybe get to some of those comments, but one of the big pieces, of course, the phone call that Trump had made following the election, which for years Trump has said it was a perfect phone call. Is it? And of course, now you've got 18 others indicted. Is it illegal now to contest an election if you think there were some improprieties taking place? That's kind of what they've twisted this into. You cannot question the integrity of election. Intimidation of election worker is another element of the conspiracy case. Several of the defendants' alleged efforts to intimidate and harass Ruby Freeman, the former Georgia election worker whose congressional testimony formed the basis of one of the January 6 investigating committee's most memorable hearings last summer. Several defendants charged in the RICO conspiracy count falsely accused Fulton County election worker Ruby Freeman of committing election crimes in Fulton County, Georgia, according to the indictment. These false accusations were repeated to Georgia legislators and other Georgia officials in an effort to persuade them to unlawfully change the outcome of the election. So says the indictment. In furtherance of this scheme, members of the enterprise traveled from out of state to harass Freeman, intimidate her, and solicit her to falsely confess to election crimes she did not commit, they say. Additionally, one of the false statement charges brought against Rudy Giuliani stems from his December 2020 statement that Freeman, as well as her daughter, fellow election worker Shay Moss, and another individual were surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they were vials of heroin or cocaine while at a Georgia election site. Now, Moss testified to lawmakers last summer she was not being passed a USB drive, but whether her mother was passing her a ginger mint. It is 12 before the hour. Back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, if you want to take a look back on this date, August 15, 1969. No, I was not there, because I was a 5-year-old. It was the Woodstock Music Festival that kicked off on this date. Yeah, there were tens of thousands there. We also have this date in history, what they call the Big Ear, a radio telescope operated by Ohio State University, part of the SETI project, received a signal, a radio signal from deep space. The event is named the WOW signal because of the notation that was made by a volunteer on the project where they had circled the signal. And wow, with an exclamation point, the WOW signal. World War II, victory over Japan Day. Japan surrenders. This date in history. This date, The Wizard of Oz premieres at Grauman's Chinese Theater in Los Angeles, California. Now, we're going back. What year was that? Way back. 1939. And still to this day, I mean, kids and grown-ups of all ages can get wrapped up in The Wizard of Oz whenever it's on television. All right, and back to the calls here with 5-7 on board. What's happening, 5-7?
Oh, everything. Sit back, sipping my coffee and watching Georgia re-elect Donald J. Trump. What's interesting is now with this little revelation that that they had the indictment or whatever prepared before the jury voted or whatever, let it out there. That's it. That is interesting. But totally silent. You know your enemy, and you can accept your enemy doing what they're doing. It's your friends that you got really get kicked in the teeth with. Brian Kemp, he said about all this is, and the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, he said, and that bothers me. Face it. There's nothing wrong with calling in, find the votes. Because on the Fulton County deal, if you remember, we pulled them votes out from under the black tarp. There was no media. There were no poll watchers around. How many votes in them boxes was going for Trump that would have kept him ahead? We assume it was all Democrat votes there, but maybe they find them votes that would have kept him ahead. By the way, when they went back and tried to audit the they don't have those votes anymore. They can't even go back and check any of those votes because they're lost. So, they just went up in thin air. So, the stink is there. So I just hope they're able to show in the court and play all that about all of them complaining about George Bush.
Well, and of course, when she read the indictment, she did make the comment that my duty now is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's where her work's going to be cut out.
Yeah. Oh, there's another little thing I was watching on Newsmax. Interesting. On 100 count or whatever, somewhere in there, and they brought it out. Trump was advising people to watch Newsmax. Basically, get the other side, get the conservative view anyway. And apparently, that's a crime now to tell people to go and look at
right.
A conservative. I guess it would be if he mentioned Steve Summers' overnight drive. You'd be on your way to Georgia. How about it? So, yeah, it's sit back and watch the insanity. But listen, any of Sundance and the rest of it, I am more determined now to vote for Donald J. Trump, and I don't care if he's wearing an orange suit, and I don't care if I got to buy an orange hat that shows his mugshot on the front, and it say I'm still voting for the man. So get ready, it's coming. I've never been so excited about an election in my life. Boy, it can't get here too soon. How about it?
There you go.
5-7. We're rolling to Savannah, and we're going.
All right. Thanks for checking in, and you have a good morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. The deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history has claimed at least 96 lives. David, a resident of Lahaina, got into a vehicle with friends to flee the flames, but the roads were gridlocked.
I ran out of the car and ran for my life. Ran down to the ocean. I was only a quarter mile from the ocean, and they stayed in their car. 3 of my friends in one car and 2 dogs died.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green warns crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. The White House says President Biden was never in business with his son Hunter.
They keep turning up documents and witnesses showing that the president wasn't involved, never discussed these business dealings, and did nothing wrong.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the investigation led by House Republicans have yet to turn up substantial evidence to prove the allegations. Those House Republicans have accused the president of being involved in an influence peddling scheme, and they say bank records show the president was receiving payments. Some federal employees in San Francisco are being urged to work from home for now. The San Francisco Chronicle is reporting that the Department of Health and Human Services issued the work from home advisory due to the unsafe conditions around the Nancy Pelosi Federal Building. The HHS advisory cited the fact that the surrounding area is home to an open-air drug market and is often frequented by people who are likely to be high on various substances. And Wall Street's week is off to a positive start. Tech stocks were among the bright spots, with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ rebounding after weekly losses. Tesla shares fell more than 1%, however, after the company cut prices for Model Y units in China. This is USA News.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. 800-738-0170. That's 800-738-0170.
Toyota is recalling nearly 200,000 Tundra pickup trucks that were made at their San Antonio, Texas plant. A plastic tube that's used in the fuel line can rub against a brake line and cause a leak. The recall notice says there is also an increased risk of fire. It applies to trucks made in 2022 and 2023, and it's for both the gas-powered and electric hybrid models. Looks like all bets are off.
Mark Zuckerberg says Elon Musk isn't serious about a cage fight, and it's time to move on from their proposed showdown, the details of which were never nailed down. Zuckerberg saying Elon won't confirm a date, then he says he needs surgery, and now he asks to do a practice round in my backyard instead. Zuckerberg is actually a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He won gold and silver in 2 featherweight white belt categories at a California martial arts tournament in May. I'm Corey Myers.
A New Hampshire woman is suing an Italian marketplace after slipping on a piece of prosciutto. The accident happened at Italy, Boston, back in October of 2022. Alice Cohen of Guilford says she slipped and broke her ankle. She filed a lawsuit in Suffolk Superior Court on Friday, requesting at least $50,000 in damages. Barbie is the #1 movie at the box office once again. The blockbuster brought in an estimated weekend gross of $33.7 million. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
here for another hour as we close out a Monday, working our way into a Tuesday. Other industry headlines. Were you aware that there was still one state in the country where you're not allowed to pump your own gas? Well, I guess till now. I didn't realize that. I thought the whole country went to self-serve a long time ago. Oregon motorists have now been given the go-ahead to pump their own gas. I guess I apologized there. I thought Oregon was the last. The new law, the new rule leaves New Jersey, apparently, as the lone state to prohibit self-serve gas. So you had Oregon and New Jersey. They still pump your gas in Jersey, huh? Since 1951, the state of Oregon had banned self-serve gas pumps. Now, that rule, they say, does not apply to truck drivers pumping diesel. But the decades-old purpose for prohibiting the self-serve gas was based on fire safety and maintaining gas station attendant jobs. They've kind of revisited in recent years when there was an exemption created for gas stations in rural counties. Advocates said it was a challenge for gas stations in smaller communities to have somebody available to pump gas at all hours. So it's a new era. I guess the governor acted last week to sign into law doing away with the ban. And it took effect immediately. And it doesn't completely do away with full service. Fuel stations in the state's top 16 populated counties are authorized to make up to 50% of their fuel pumps available for self-service. Stations in affected counties can offer or choose not to offer self-service. For those stations that do offer self-service, they must have at least one employee available to pump gas. Businesses are also prohibited, interestingly, from charging more for full service. In the state's other 20 counties, self-service gas is allowed at all hours. Now, the governor said they received more than 5,000 public comments on the issue, and supporters narrowly outnumbered opponents. So I guess a lot of folks in Oregon still like the idea of having full service. All right, in our pretty much nightly update on electric vehicles, right on the heels of a recall just last week of Volvo trucks, electric vehicles, Nikola announcing they will recall approximately 209 Class 8 battery electric vehicles and temporarily halt battery electric vehicle sales after 2 battery pack fires. So this, again, the second truck manufacturer to report a recall for battery fires in a week's time. Now, Nikola initially suggested that they believed there was foul play involved back in June, a fire in one truck that damaged 4 other vehicles. The internal investigation with a safety consultant concluded the issue was a coolant leak inside a single battery pack. A single supplier component is the likely source of the leak, according to the engineering team. The truck that caught fire at the Nikola headquarters in Phoenix reignited on July 23rd, a full month later. It was quickly extinguished, they say. Then a second fire Thursday impacted a battery pack on an engineering validation truck at their plant in Coolidge, Arizona. They described it as a minor thermal incident. No one was injured, but obviously we've got problems with the battery packs. Nikola said that they're preparing the recall filing for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Of course, companies have 5 days after discovering a safety defect to report it to them. We stated from the beginning, as soon as our investigators concluded, we would provide an update. So that's what we're doing. We will continue our transparency as we move forward, but just, again, one company after another. Oh, by the way, they went on to advise any owners of these Nikola trucks to make sure you park them outside. Don't park them in the shop or the garage, right? All right, response to the indictment coming down a couple hours ago. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said Joe Biden has weaponized government against Trump. Justice should be blind, he says. Biden has weaponized government against his leading political opponent to interfere in the 24 election. Now, a radical DA in Georgia is following Biden's lead, attacking President Trump, using it to fundraise her political career. Americans see through this desperate sham. That was the tweet sent out by McCarthy just a few hours ago. Congressman Jim Jordan, the House Judiciary Committee chairman, sent out a tweet as well. Today's indictment, just the latest political attack in the Democrats' witch hunt against Trump. He did nothing wrong, says Jordan. Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik slammed the indictment just moments after it was unsealed. Quote, this is another rogue, far-left, radical district attorney weaponizing their office to target Joe Biden's top political opponent, President Trump. This blatant election interference by the far left will not work. President Trump will defeat these bogus charges and win back the White House in 24. There's a response coming in, all these in just over the last couple of hours, but there you go. What's happening, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, Steve. Well.
Surprise, surprise.
Welcome to the USSR, Steve. We now live in the better known, used to be named USA, now is USSR. We are now, if anybody had any doubts, Steve, if anybody had any doubts that we lived in a banana republic, you're either stupid or you're not facing reality. Listen, Steve. Last night I gave you some information about how the Democrats got caught red-handed, and I'm gonna give you some more information tonight about this indictment that went down in Georgia. Man, these people really made fools out of themselves tonight, Steve. But going back to last night, what I said about good old Uncle Joe, crooked Joe Biden, the loser, the same guy that was trying to prosecute him, Steve, give him the good old boy deal to Hunter Biden, is the same guy that they put on the special counsel. You mean to tell me that the Democrats, they couldn't find nobody else to work that case? They try to use the excuse that he knows all the information about Hunter Biden so he can get this deal done, and he knows all the ups and downs. Yeah, I bet he does know all the ups and downs about the case. So they got caught red-handed right there, Steve, when you put the same loser on the case again. But what happened tonight, Steve? What happened tonight in Georgia will go down probably in history as one of the biggest embarrassments in the history of judicial system. They got caught red-handed tonight, Steve. I don't know who that person is. I would love to be a fly on the wall. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall in Fannie's home tonight, Steve? You could bet your last dollar. Whoever released that document saying that the indictment before she actually said it, you could best believe they're going to be in the unemployment line tomorrow morning. Am I right or am I wrong, Steve?
Well, they're trying to say that it was a false document, like it was. It wasn't the real deal, but I mean, it read the same way, and it actually had a docket number. So, yeah, somebody screwed up somewhere.
It's the real deal. It's the real deal, and like I said, somebody will be in the unemployment line tomorrow morning for releasing that document. But see, here's how they got caught red-handed, Steve. How can you release an indictment when they hadn't even had to vote for the case yet? This tells you right there that this was already a prejudged case. All she had to do was sign her damn name to the paperwork. So they got caught red-handed, and like I said, it made it to the internet, and then they asked her a question about it, and naturally she doesn't know anything about it. She said that she doesn't do clerk work. she doesn't know nothing about it. She has to know everything about that damn courtroom. She's been working on this case for over 2 years. You mean to tell me she don't know what the hell's going on with her documents and how the hell they ended up on the internet? So like I say, they might as well go ahead and throw this case in the trash can, because I can guarantee you Donald Trump and his lawyers are going to bring that up, that they had already had a prejudgment about this indictment before they even brought the paperwork out. So they might as well just forget about this Georgia case. That's a lost case, my friend. And besides that, Steve, I listened to Fox News tonight, and they said whenever you have this jury of like 19 people or whatever the hell they trying to indict, this is a 2 or 4 year case. You can't do this. I got bad news for Fannie. You can't get this done in 6 months. How the hell are you going to bring all these people into court and sit them in and get them a trial unless before the damn election? Do you think that's going to happen, Steve? Well, these names you listed out tonight.
She plans on. She wants to have all 19 charged in the courtroom at the same time. How that's possible, I don't know. No. They interviewed top lawyers tonight on Sean Hannity's show. As this was going on, I listened to Sean Hannity as this indictment came down tonight, and some of the top lawyers in the USA said there's no way that they can get 19 people into this damn courtroom in the 6 months. And like I said, they named off all these people: Rudy Giuliani, the female, the woman that was his lawyer, all these different names, all these lawyers that they try to bring. What they hoping for, Steve, what they really hoping for is, like they said on Sean Hannity's show, is that one of these people turn on Donald Trump. They know that they don't have no case, but they hoping that maybe Rudy Giuliani or some of these other individuals, these 19 individuals, turn on Donald Trump like Mike Pence has and start talking and give up the false and bogus information. But like I said, this is blatant. Like they said, Steve, this is blatant vote trying to interfere with the election because after, am I right or am I wrong, Steve? After all 4 of these indictments, what was the last word that the judge said? The prosecutor said, we want this done as quickly as possible. I bet you do want it done quickly as possible because you want it done before the election takes place so you can affect people's voting ability. That's why they want it done so damn fast, because anybody that knows anything about the lawyer business knows that you can't get all this done in less than 6 months or less than before the election occurs. But what they saying, like I said, Steve, here's the biggest shock that these people are going to find in the next couple of days, just like they found after the other 3 indictments. More and more people are seeing, especially after what happened tonight when they got caught red-handed putting this on the internet, more and more people are seeing that Donald Trump is being railroaded. And then American people are fed up with it. They're not going to put up with it. They want the American people should have the right to vote, just like they said on Sean Hannity's show. You have a right to elect the president of America, not the under the sewer of Washington, D.C. And that's what they're trying to do, is put their man back in there, which is Joe Biden, a man who has turned his back, Steve. Again, remember what happened, what he did? I ain't forgot about it, Joe Biden, how he turned his back on those people up there in Ohio after that train crash. The people still ain't got the justice that they deserve. And now guess what he does out there in Hawaii, Steve? People in Hawaii, Joe Biden hasn't even addressed the situation. He doesn't have no news conference, no nothing. He's still sitting at the beach, hiding out, trying to hide from all the questions. They asked the man a question about what's going on in Hawaii. He's riding a bicycle. He don't answer no damn questions. Just keeps on riding into the sunset. And this is who these individuals want back in the White House. It's just sickening and disgusting that they can allow Joe Biden to get away with what's happening, Steve, him and his son. Well, we have a very bad injustice system in America, and it needs to come to a stop, because we supposed to be the freest country in America, but it doesn't seem like it. Like I heard one of those people say it last night, Steve. He's really embarrassed at what's happening in America right now. You know, like I say, whether you like Donald Trump or not, people may not like Donald Trump, but like as my grandfather used to say, a blind man can see the injustice that Trump has failed to see. So like I said, I'm going to say this one last time, Steve, for the people that listen to your show that are brain dead, such as Minister and that other loser that called in last week. I want them to answer my question.
How do you release an indictment when it hasn't been voted on? How did it appear on the internet before the judge before the prosecutor even got it? You figure it out. That sounds to me like they already prejudged that Donald Trump was going to be indicted. Thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
That's pretty much exactly what Trump's attorneys were saying this past day. How in the hell was it possible for the document to even be in the clerk of court's hand? The clerk is the one that puts the document on the website. How could they have had the document prior to the grand jury? Because you notice, that was released at like 9 o'clock in the morning. The grand jury met sometime after that, and the actual indictment came down somewhere between like 11 o'clock and midnight. So, what the hell? If you can't see through the fishiness there, what a clown show in Fulton County, Georgia. Someone, Monkey Gouger mentioned Kanye West's name, and I said, I'm not seeing Kanye West's name on any of those. Apparently, it's a guy by the name of Trevian Kutti, K-U-T-T-I, Trevian Kutti, who is a Chicago publicist for Kanye West, one of those that was included in the indictment. So not Kanye himself, but a Chicago publicist for Kanye. All right, we get a quick timeout. Phillips on board. Room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
One thing you may not have caught is when you actually have the likes of CNN, the far left CNN questioning. Even CNN questioned this prosecutor in Atlanta. Let's see. With such extreme anti-Trump bias that even CNN questioned her legitimacy. Let's see. Spokesperson for the Center for Renewing America says Jeff Clark was simply doing his job in 2020. Doesn't deserve to be subjected to this naked political lawfare, especially not by a publicity hound like Willis. Of course, she also elected to prosecute racketeering charges for all of them. A charge, initially created to prosecute the mafia, which holds the harshest prison sentence among the proverbial laundry list of charges that she brought. The other story, though, that, again, now it goes straight to the back burner, is CNN questioning the fact that the U.S. Attorney David Weiss was appointed the special counsel in the Hunter Biden case. CNN's Jake Tapper says this is very suspicious. Merrick Garland shocked Washington with the appointment. So Tapper and a CNN panel broke down the significance and how it raises more questions than it actually answers. Tapper, for example, questioned why the Hunter case now merits a special counsel when less than 2 months ago this same guy, Weiss, was trying to push it across the finish line with that sweetheart plea deal. Even the far left are questioning. Does he know stuff that should be in a special counsel investigation that was not in the plea deal? I mean, maybe he does. But then why do a plea deal? It's very suspicious. Other issues that Tapper raised on CNN. Why choose Weiss when special counsels are normally non-U.S. government employees? Number 2, why stick with Weiss when his plea deal was decimated by a federal judge? Thirdly, doesn't the appointment of Weiss as a special counsel confirm what the IRS whistleblowers allege? This makes no sense. It makes it seem as though, maybe the whistleblowers were right. Tapper said maybe what they were alleging is true. And he didn't have the ability to charge wherever he wanted to charge. Now he does. I got a lot of questions about that. And I do think some of the political questions being raised by Republicans actually have merit. In a latter panel segment with Tapper, CNN's legal analyst Lauren Coates, reporter Paula Reed, they raised several additional questions. Especially one question is, why now? All right, it is news break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. The deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history has claimed at least 96 lives. David, a resident of Lahaina, got in a vehicle with friends to flee, but the roads were gridlocked.
I ran out of the car and ran for my life. Ran down to the ocean. I was only a quarter mile from the ocean. And they stayed in their car. 3 of my friends in one car and 2 dogs died.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green is warning that crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. Gas prices are on the rise, inching toward the $4 mark across the country. According to AAA, the national average for regular unleaded hit $3.85. John Schaefer, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me quickly jump back here to the discussion taking place on CNN, no less. Yeah, Tapper, they brought the CNN panel together, the legal panel, with, what's her name, Laura Coates, the legal analyst. She said Garland claims Weiss asked for these special counsel powers just last week. Well, big question. Why now? She questioned whether the motive for the appointment was to maybe insulate the Justice Department if the case goes to trial, and from House Republicans who were investigating the allegations of corruption involving Hunter and Joe. Finally, Tapper asked, well, why Weiss is suddenly interested in prosecuting Hunter for more potential crimes than those that he had agreed to just 2 weeks ago. Yeah, here's another one for you. So I'm David Weiss. Once again, play this game with me. I'm special counsel. Just a few weeks ago, I was ready to say, a diversion, a slap on the wrist, a misdemeanor. Really, no big punishment. Now I want special counsel authority to investigate something that was just a few weeks ago. I was basically saying this is the most that I can prove in the court of law. Does not make any sense to me. By the way, I'm fully willing to believe there's a lot more to investigate and a lot more to charge him with. But that wasn't his position literally just a few weeks ago. Coates, the legal analyst for CNN, agreed. This lends credence to the IRS whistleblowers before she asked a final question. Why did Weiss say 2 times that he had full authority to carry out the investigation in any direction that it led? Yet now he feels he needs special counsel authority. The whole thing is a disaster for everyone. Again, that coming from CNN. Philip, what's going on? Heading to work, I suppose, on a Tuesday.
I sure am, buddy. I sure am. And you know what? I agree with what Eagle said earlier about Biden. There's one thing that I've seen since this administration has been in there, just as an average person out here working. You know, when things happen, you don't see them at everything. You know what I mean? I mean, when they had the situation in Texas where the kids got shot, he went down there, but he didn't, you know, he hasn't went to the border. He hasn't went to Hawaii. Did he go to where the train was, Steve? I don't think he went to go see where the train wreck was in Ohio, did he?
I can't. Seems like maybe he eventually did several weeks after. I mean, after so much time had passed. First, he sent Buttigieg in there, but Buttigieg, I think, himself was 2 weeks after.
Yeah, I mean, I get with the situation, you want to stabilize the area because it's the President of the United States. I understand that, but that's what you're put in office for us, and it makes the administration a lot stronger when they come out and see what's going on. I mean, you look at George Bush when 9/11 happened; he was out there. You know, you look at a lot of the situations when Trump was in office; he was out there. There's a lot of them. I mean, it just isn't those guys, but I mean, a lot of them have been out there, and I just haven't seen that in this administration. I really haven't. That's one of the things that I'm not trying to get away from what's going on with the indictment and all that stuff. I mean, if you look at it right now, I mean, DeSantis down here in Florida, he just took a DA out of office because of the cases that was questionable about situations and how she was handling cases, and he literally pulled a DA down here. You can pull the story on it, and he told her, no, we're going to pull you, and then eventually she's out. He took her out because they're finding a lot of discrepancy with her cases. Now, with the indictment, I got a question. That Supreme Court you're talking about, that's the federal Supreme Court, right? Are they the ones handling the indictment?
No, this is what came down this evening was Georgia. This is state charges.
Okay, so it was a state Supreme Court situation.
State of Georgia. No, it's actually just it was just the district attorney there, whatever her name, Willis, and all the charges brought down, 19 people totally involved now. And it's just that's the grand jury indictment, which just means there's a bunch of allegations. Now it has to go to trial and be proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law.
Yeah. That's a crazy situation. I mean, I'm not trying to say crazy stuff, but what happens if President Trump is reelected, and he's in office and he's got to go to court? That'd be the craziest thing I'd ever seen in my life.
I mean, she made it sound. She made it sound like after the actual. She read the indictment. She said, "We're looking to get this court in the court in a trial setting within 6 months."
Like Eagle said, there's no way. There's no way. I mean, you know what it's like trying to sit jurors for that?
Right.
I mean, how many people have heard the situation about President Trump and the election and all that stuff? How many people have heard that in the United States? To find a person that would be, not taking either side or not opinionated about it would be almost impossible in the United States. It would be impossible. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's crazy. It's crazy as heck, man. It's really crazy. And I don't know. I didn't even know the indictment was coming down, to be quite honest. I laid down before
nobody did. It wasn't supposed to come down. The grand jury was supposed to be meeting today on Tuesday, and they snuck the grand jury in Monday. And, of course, this so-called indictment leaked. It was actually on the court's website at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. They pulled it down real quick because the grand jury hadn't even been brought up to it yet. They hadn't even voted on it. Then it was like somewhere between 11 o'clock and midnight, they held this late-night press conference actually announcing the indictment this past evening, hours ago.
That's pretty shady, man.
So you wake up this morning and you say, well, when the hell did that come down? Yeah, the reporters were leaving the courthouse in Fulton County right about, the midnight hour.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's pretty damn shady, man. I tell you, that is pretty shady. So I want to change wheels just for a little bit here.
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen the progress that SpaceX is making out there in Texas, Steve? They are close to launching. They are close to launching. I can't believe he turned that thing around that quick. What do you think?
So how long, I guess the big question is, what is it, the FAA has to give them the authority or whatever to launch again? How long is it going to take for their investigation to the previous launch to give him the thumbs up to go?
Well, I tell you what, he must be working pretty good with them, because to make the adjustments on the launch pad and all that stuff, I mean, it isn't like he just goes in there and does it. I mean, they have to come in and help him. I mean, he has to work with the feds to keep that thing going, and isn't that, I really truly believe Elon Musk, that operation you're seeing out there is just an R&D operation. I mean, it's just research and development. I truly think the serious Starship stuff is going to happen at Cape Canaveral. Reason being is, when Cape Canaveral, they can watch you. Everything is protected. If they need to shut down the range, they can do it over at Cape Canaveral. They can have all the airplanes diverted, all the boats out of the way, everything out of the way, to where they can launch at any time at Cape Canaveral. He doesn't have that ability out in Texas. Mm-hmm. And I think he took it out there to develop it just to get away from Cape Canaveral and to have, hey, we're doing this on our own. We're independent. But the problem is the FAA, I said the wrong thing. But it's when it gets to the Cape, I think that's when it's going to explode. I mean, that's when the Starship is really going to get going. Right now, I mean, he's trying to get it off the ground. The big problem is trying to figure out how to not burn up the pad. I mean, he did it. I mean, he's got that deluge system that works great. It worked on this last fire they had. He's doing static fires already, and it's been, 3 or 4 months since that last one hit. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he's kicking it. So, we'll see how it plays out. And the Artemis, they're working hard on that, Steve. They're working really hard on it. The only thing that kind of scares me about the Artemis program is the government funding. If that government funding goes away, that Artemis program that goes away. And that's kind of what's cool about Elon's situation. Elon, he's funding it out of his deal. He hasn't got NASA funding his situation. So, just have to see how it plays out. But that's all I got today, bud. I appreciate you. You guys have a great one.
All right, thanks for checking in here this Tuesday morning. Yeah, but Biden kind of got himself into a bit of hot water as well. And yesterday, the White House was trying to beat back criticism of Joe in the aftermath of his no comment regarding the wildfires in Maui. He had 96 people dead at this point, and they're still saying there could be many, many more. White House press secretary said the president is deeply concerned. Biden was on vacation. He invited the criticism with his responses to questions about the rising death toll from reporters on Sunday. He gave a kind of an obtuse response. We're looking at it. Well, what's that mean? What do you mean we're looking at it? The death toll. A lot of people thinking the president couldn't be bothered. I mean, he was having a relaxing day at the beach there in Delaware. One of the most beautiful places on earth has been reduced to cinders. In Delaware, Joe Biden can't be bothered to care. Putting America first means getting this joker out of the White House. That was Kari Lake's tweet on Sunday night. The White House tried to assure reporters yesterday that that's not the case. The FEMA administrator's been there for 2 days, 2 whole days on the ground at the president's request to make sure that the government has what they have and the local government has what they have and the people of Maui have what they have. Jean-Pierre said there are 300 FEMA personnel on the ground. You could expect to hear from the president on this issue. Clearly, it's something he's deeply concerned about. You'll hear from the president on this. Certainly, he's the president. She didn't disclose when he might address the fires. So, I mean, he made the passing statement on Sunday of we're looking at it, and I think it was just yesterday he was asked, and he simply said no comment. Do you even really know what's going on? That's the question you got to ask. All right, we'll return into it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, out on Teton Pass, I guess what do they call the CatchNet system? Apparently doing its job. Actually, 2 runaway vehicles saved from serious crashes on Teton Pass thanks to that truck arrestor system. First incident occurred on the morning of August 4th. Wilson, Wyoming. An overweight semi lost its brakes. Rig ultimately slowed down by 4 nets, which they were able to reset and have ready for use by the next day. Then on August the 11th, just a few days ago, the same system was used by a pickup truck hauling a travel trailer. The pickup, in this case, was stopped by only 1 net. They were able to replace and reset that net almost immediately. They described the arrestor system as a CatchNet system. The ramp works similarly to the way a jet plane is stopped on an aircraft carrier. The arrestor has a system of cables and canisters of energy-absorbing tape that expand to absorb the speed and the force of the truck. That allows less distance to catch a vehicle and allows placement where a typical runaway ramp would not, preventing trucks from having to cross head-on traffic to utilize the system. Elsewhere, kind of a touching report explores how a Texas truck driver was able to finally locate a truck that had a lot of sentimental value using social media, the likes of Facebook. Video was shared earlier this month with the local 11, KARE television, and they kind of documented Darrell Caldwell Jr.'s search for what was his grandfather's 1972 Peterbilt semi. Last seen in Houston, Texas in the early 1990s. What are the odds that a Facebook post read by the right person actually eventually led Caldwell to an emotional reunion with the Peterbilt? Caldwell even got to go inside the cab and listen to the decades-old truck fired up. So whoever the owner was or is out there, truck's still running. 1972. That's all right. And Jolly Green Giant on a Tuesday morning. What's going on, Jolly Green?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I'll tell you what. Jolly Green is got a hair up his butt. I'm so angry I could rake my bald head with a blasted rake. It's the Biden administration giving billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine, who's probably one of the number one countries in the entire world for supporting sex trafficking. I don't understand why our government sends money to a country like that. Number two, I want to know why we don't take that money to take care of our veterans who have served in our military and the homeless people that are on our streets. Why are we not taking care of them? What about fixing Social Security? Why not fix that? How about us giving $1 million to every taxpayer in this country? How about that? Why do we got to give money to a corrupt country as ridiculous as Ukraine? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. So guess what? I encourage every listener that's listening to me tonight to get in touch with your senator and your congressman and raise some holy hell, because that's what Jolly Green's going to do. I'm going to get in touch with my senator and congressman, and I'm going to tell them I will not vote for any politician that allows that to go on. Enough is enough. Stop sending our taxpayer money to Ukraine. Enough is enough. Let's take care of America first. Let's take care of our veterans, our retired people, the people that are on the street that don't have homes, are handicapped. Let's stand there and take care of our country. Let's rebuild America. And that's what we should be doing. So that's really all Jolly Green's got to say tonight. I hope that other listeners are as angry as I am. It makes no sense giving our money to a corrupt country like Ukraine. Absolutely no sense at all. And thank you for letting me speak my piece there, Steve. Have a good night.
All right, Jolly Green, a little fired up here this Tuesday morning. Yeah, it's just, it's another billion here, billion there. What's the latest? Another request last week, 20 billion. All right, this would be, I'd assume, maybe up Horse Feathers Alley. Recent investigation by a federal agency uncovered nearly 200 improperly inspected cargo tank vehicles from a California company. I guess agents went out back in June for an inspection of Meter Equipment Company and Ransom Manufacturing. FMCSA discovered 186 tanker trailers manufactured by the company had been tested and inspected by a person who didn't meet the qualifications of a registered inspector. Now, the tankers in question were used to transport propane. Federal regulations mandate that MC-330 and MC-331, those were the type of vehicles, cargo tank vehicles, must successfully undergo internal and external visual inspection and leakage and pressure tests at intervals specified in the hazmat regulations. Here on August 11, the Department of Transportation Pipelines and Hazardous Material Administration provided a notice of enforcement regarding the improperly inspected tankers. They state that they're not going to take enforcement action against carriers that are currently using the tankers. They're going to give them a 90-day window to have said trailers re-inspected. Must be retested, re-inspected by a qualified, registered inspector to ensure they're compliant for hazardous material transportation. So I don't know who the individual that was working for the manufacturing company that they gave authorization to sign off as the inspector. But it kind of harkens back. Remember the the bridge that had the big crack in it and had just recently been inspected. You can't help but wonder if inspectors need to know what they're doing, or things could end catastrophically, right? There you go. We're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, so we'll take care of a news break and get back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Hawaii's governor warns many more bodies could be found as the death toll keeps rising there. However, Maui Brewing CEO Garrett Marrero says a storm is coming that will bring rain to the area.
There's like tarps and furring strips and nails and construction supplies that are necessary to start sealing in the homes that are still standing but may have lost siding or roof shingles, because we don't want to lose that house now to water damage.
The fire has so far claimed at least 96 lives, and Governor Josh Green warns crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. Damages are estimated at more than $5.5 billion. President Biden urging the big three car companies and the United Auto Workers to forge a deal as their contract is set to expire next month. Biden, in a statement on Monday, urged GM, Ford, and Stellantis to honor workers' right to organize. Biden administration officials are stressing the independence of new special counsel David Weiss. White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre says Weiss is leading the case.
This was done under the leadership of a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney.
Special counsels are not required to keep Congress updated on the status of their work, potentially complicating Republican-led investigations into the president's son. Hunter Biden's lawyers say federal prosecutors reneged on that plea agreement that fell apart. The former NFL player, who was the subject of the Oscar-winning film The Blind Side, is alleging the family who took him in as a teenager never adopted him. Michael Orr filed a petition in Tennessee court Monday claiming Sean and Leanne Toohey hoodwinked him to broker the deal for The Blind Side that paid them and their two birth children millions of dollars, while he didn't receive anything. The legal filing says Orr discovered this in February of this year. This is USA News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced. Call now. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call the Home Warranty Hotline now at 800-239-1876. 800-239-1876. 800-239-1876. That's 800-239-1876.
FEMA officials are on the ground in Hawaii to help with recovery efforts following devastating wildfires.
We have an office here on Oahu that is staffed with personnel and integration members that work side by side with the state of Hawaii each and every day.
FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said the agency is working to move residents displaced by the fires into hotels and other temporary housing. She said it's going to be a long-term recovery operation. Crews are searching through the damage to find residents who are missing. They're also looking for remains. Wind-fueled flames tore through the town of Lahaina on the island of Maui. The ambassador to Russia visited the Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia. The State Department says Ambassador Lynn Tracy visited Evan Gershkovich in Moscow on Monday. He was officially designated wrongfully detained by Russia by the U.S. State Department in April. Tracy said Gershkovich is in good health and remains strong. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. Witnesses scheduled to appear before the grand jury tomorrow showed up today. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. And Clarence Avant, the unofficial black godfather of the music industry, is dead at 92. Died Sunday at his Los Angeles home. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Okay, 3 dozen by tomorrow morning. Yeah, the roses and
Faraz's flower shop is blooming. To keep up with high demand, he must strengthen his business's roots.
Just 1 second. Faraz's flowers. Hold, please. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome to Faraz's.
Indeed can help him hire the people he needs.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, welcome back as we cross the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Tuesday. Rather amazing how the narrative has changed when it comes to COVID. Yes, there's a new variant called Eris, E-R-I-S, Eris, that has entered the COVID scene. But experts don't expect it to have a substantial impact on health protocols just yet. Eris is a subvariant of the Omicron, the fast-spreading variant, responsible for more than 17% of cases here in the U.S. It's the most common in the country right now. Eris, officially named EG5, a variant of interest. World Health Organization said it does not pose a greater threat than other variants. Collectively, available evidence does not suggest EG5 has additional public health risks relative to the other currently circulating Omicron lineages. As of August 8th, this particular variant has been found in more than 50 countries, including China, Japan, South Korea, Canada. Dr. Osborne, board-certified neurosurgeon in West Palm Beach, Florida, said, "Don't be overly concerned. It's pretty much self-limiting in the majority of cases. Like other COVID variants," Osborne said, the symptoms are for the most part benign. Basically, you feel lousy for several days, then recover without any adverse after effect. Yeah, kind of like the influenza. During this time, infected people should be in touch with your doctor's office, rest, stay hydrated, and practice hand washing. limit contact with others for 5 days. That's pretty much the typical treatment measures for those with other viral illness as well. So they're not really shouting from the rooftops, get your vaccine or get your booster and all that. I mean, they did say that the Omicron vaccine, the variant, I guess the booster that was designed to specifically target the Omicron, Omicron is similar to the Eris subvariant. All right. Right now, what we're seeing with the changes in the virus, they're still susceptible to the vaccine. They're susceptible to our medicines. And they're still picked up by the tests. I guess you can still have unexpired home tests. I don't know how long those were good for, but nonetheless, back to the calls. Who we got? Is that Douglas?
Yes, sir. Hey, Eagle was complaining about Trump being railroaded, Oh, let the people decide. Well, that's what the 2020 election said. The people decided. Trump is not president. Trump is being charged with trying to steal the election, trying to change the votes of the will of the people and stuff, And then you got your boy Phillip. He was complaining about, I can't believe Georgia did this in the middle of the night, this, that, and the other. Oh, well, you ain't got no problem with DeSantis and old Abbott and Costello down there in Texas, always signing bills behind closed doors in the middle of the night and stuff, I mean, you people just don't get it. Trump is going to jail, and let me back up, Steve. Y'all talking about the list was the indictments was released earlier before the grand jury voted. What did the girl tell the other grand jury back in January, February, when that girl came out was talking to everybody? What did she say? There's a whole bunch of people going to be indicted. She told you that back in January and February. So why are y'all so surprised now?
Well, I mean,
give me a break.
Douglas, an indictment can't come down before the damn grand jury hears it.
Hey, they done had more than one grand jury.
Not in this case.
Yes, they have, Steve.
They've been getting tested.
What do you think
they've been getting?
The girl in the last grand jury back in February,
Douglas,
she told you.
You are so confused. You are so confused.
Yeah. We won't be confused when they start locking people up. I can't wait till August the 25th at 12 o'clock to see how many people turn themselves in.
Hey, how about Hunter and Joe and Donald share a cell together?
Well, you ain't got nothing on Joe Biden. I don't know why y'all keep bringing up Joe Biden. We talk about Hunter. And the prosecutor, he's a Republican. Bill Barr sent him in there. So what are you complaining about?
Hey.
If it was a Democrat, I could see if you might be complaining.
Hey, Douglas.
Y'all always got something to complain about.
Douglas, you want to bitch about me citing the news from Fox News. I cited the news from your CNN, and they are questioning what's going on. Something's fishy. Hunter is guilty. Joe is probably tied in. Your own CNN is now siding with the conservatives.
Every time.
Yeah. All right. We'll just move on from there. Gotta love Douglas. Let's see. The document was taken down. Yes, this showed up before the grand jury arrived at the courthouse Monday morning. Weren't supposed to arrive till Tuesday morning. The Fulton County District Attorney's Office has once again shown they have no respect for the integrity of the grand jury process. A statement, according to The Hill. This was not simply an administrative mistake. A proposed indictment should have only been in the hands of the district attorney's office. Yet it somehow made its way to the clerk's office. It was assigned a case number, Douglas, and a federal judge before the grand jury deliberated yesterday. Nothing to see here. This is emblematic of the pervasive, glaring constitutional violations that have plagued this case from the very beginning. The grand jury testimony hasn't even finished, but clearly the district attorney had already decided how this case was going to end. The Office of the Fulton County Clerk of Superior and Magistrate Courts claimed the document was fake, Douglas. They say, we've learned of a fictitious document that's been circulated online and reported by various media outlets related to the Fulton County Special Purpose Grand Jury. Yeah, it showed up on your damn Fulton County website, and it was copied by the likes of Reuters and the Associated Press, and you took it down. Now, this earlier yesterday, they said, while there have been no documents filed today regarding such, all members of the media should be reminded that documents that do not bear an official case number, which this did, a filing date, which this did, it was dated August 14, and the name of the clerk of courts in concert are not considered official filings and should not be treated as such. But this document fit all the criteria. The Associated Press noted this document had a case number. The document was dated August 14 of 2023. The document listed Fulton County Judge Rochelle Carnzale and had a status of open. It said Donald John Trump had been charged with numerous alleged felony crimes and one serious felony, including one for violation of the Georgia RICO Act, which is exactly what came down officially just before the midnight hour, not at 9 o'clock this past morning, before the damn grand jury had heard the final report and deliberated on whether charges should be filed, Douglas. Charges of conspiracy listed on the document include conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, as well as forgery, making false statements, and filing false documents. Exactly what came down 14 hours later. Officially not till nearly the midnight hour this past evening. But ain't nothing wrong here. Ain't nothing going on. There was no predetermined conclusion. They did, in other words, Douglas, they didn't even need to bring the grand jury into the courthouse in Fulton County this past day. They simply wasted their time and went through a procedural process that was a predetermined outcome. But what can you say? Take two, Eagle. What you got?
There you go, Steve. There you go, Douglas. Like I said, anybody out there wondering how Joe Biden is still in the White House? People say, "Why is Joe Biden in the White House?" There you go. That man right there, Douglas, would probably be the first one in line when they open up voting in 2024. He'll probably be the first one in line to vote for Joe Biden. That's a damn shame, Steve. It's hard to believe that somebody could really be that blind to even, that can't see that. Like I said, they like that joke they always say, Stevie Wonder could see what's going on right now. Like you said, Steve, it was predetermined. Like I told you in my first phone call, somebody's going to be in the unemployment line. I would sure like to be a fly on the wall at Fanny's at her home tonight, or somewhere where she's discussing who released that damn document in the that indictment, boy. Because I can guarantee you, she raising all kind of hell. Because they basically made them look like complete idiots. You should have seen the look on her face tonight, Steve. If you watched it on television when she came out, she answered like about 3 or 4 questions. she couldn't wait to get the hell out of that courtroom because she knew they called her red-handed. What'd you say?
I'm just laughing. Yes, obviously.
Yes.
I mean, I wonder if anything further will come of this, though. Whether will anybody say anything more?
It's gonna be the reason why it's gonna be brought up, Steve, by Trump's lawyers, like Sean Hannity said, is because it goes to show what the bogusness of what's going on. See, they've been preparing this, Steve. We've been talking for 2 weeks now. They've had the roadblocks, the barriers, and what she was waiting on was, a news drop to do it late at night when they figured the American people would be asleep, nobody be paying attention, or right after Hunter Biden, after they put on another bogus special guy. Every time, you've gone over this so many times, Steve. All the 3 previous indictments, it all came after something bad had happened to the Biden crime family. Now all of a sudden they got to release something about Donald Trump. And don't be surprised, Steve. Like I told you before, I ain't heard of no other indictments out there in the other states, but you can best believe that they working on one right now. If they can figure out something else in Arizona or Pennsylvania or some other state they claim Trump tried to interfere with the election, they gonna throw that indictment out there too. And guess what? What a surprise, Steve. We got to get this into the courtroom before the election. So like I said, they're not fooling nobody. This is what you call bogus election interference. They're trying to turn people against Donald Trump and hoping that here's the deal, Steve. They know that a lot of these charges are probably going to be appealed and thrown in the trash can where they belong. This is not the Supreme Court. They're not going to allow this type of garbage to go through. But what they're trying to do is to turn the American people, the people that are in between the Joe Biden, between people, the women. They're trying to make these people turn it. They say, why the hell should I vote against Donald Trump? This guy got over 100 indictments, 100 cases against him right now. Why would I want to vote for a man? This guy's a criminal. That's what they're trying to do, is put it into people's heads that Donald Trump is a criminal. People like this idiot Douglas that just called, said he can't wait for Trump to go to jail. Let me put it to you this way, Douglas. You got a better chance of going to jail before Donald Trump does, my man. So you can just throw that down the drain, because it's not going to happen. So, like I said, they can keep on dreaming up any other indictments they want, Steve. But like I said, the only thing I can say to these people, Steve, you got to do better than that, my man. If you're going to bring out an indictment, Steve, get your deal in order. Don't put this on the internet in hours before you even have a vote on the deal. That don't look good. That don't look good to the state of Georgia. You can do better than that. I know Georgia can do better. You put something together better than this. So they embarrassed themselves tonight. I just sat back and watched it on television. And like I said before, she gave herself away tonight, Steve, when they asked her one little simple question. They asked her, how did this appear on the internet with the clerk? And she said, I'm not a clerk. I don't know nothing about that. And like I said, you should have seen the look on her face. She couldn't wait to get out of that damn courtroom to go hide out, because they know that they've been caught red. And I do mean red-handed. She needs to lose her license for what she did tonight. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, you are the district attorney. Yeah, this is supposed to be in your office exclusively. And how did it get to the clerk's office, dated, and a case number assigned before your grand jury had deliberated? How does that happen? Sometimes you just can't help but chuckle. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Who we got on board? Let me see. Not seeing a name. Looks like
Hello?
Hey there, who we got?
It's Kojak.
Oh, hello, Kojak. The call screener missed that name.
I just got a couple of questions for you. Is Douglas and Sundance, is that minister's children?
Well, they didn't far, they pretty close in I guess political mentality.
Oh, I'll tell you, I sit back and laugh. I listen to you all the time. Whatever happened to old Stinger? You ever hear from him?
I have not heard from him since we've come to the new venue here. Somebody told me he didn't. Somebody said back in the day, I don't recall, said he like he had an old flip phone or something, like he doesn't even have a smartphone to use an app or anything. So I don't know if he even knows we're here.
Yeah, I've heard him a couple times on Willie's show in the daytime calling in. You can tell that voice anywhere you hear it.
Right.
But and the guy that used to drive for Food Line down in the Carolinas.
Yes.
Whatever happened to him?
Last I heard, somebody told me that he had some health issues and he's retired.
Oh, okay. All right, buddy. I've listened to you all the time. Listened to your dad years ago. I've been out here 45 years. And just give you a holler, see if I belong to a minister, them children.
Yes, sir.
They sound a lot like him. All right, man. Talk to you later.
Well, Kojak, I appreciate you chiming in. Have a great day. And, of course, I'm looking at the clock there. Looks like we're right up to news break, so we'll take care of that. Pappy is on board, and it's 844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. There are signs prosecutors in Georgia may soon announce whether former President Trump will be indicted for his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. The Democratic Fulton County District Attorney has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. The deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history has claimed at least 96 lives. David, a resident of Lahaina, got in a vehicle with friends to flee, but the roads were gridlocked.
I ran out of the car and ran for my life. Ran down to the ocean. I was only a quarter mile from the ocean, and they stayed in their car. Like 3 of my friends in one car and 2 dogs died.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green is warning that crews could find 10 to 20 people per day, probably until they finish. Gas prices are on the rise, inching toward the $4 mark across the country. According to AAA, Monday, the national average for regular unleaded hit $3.85. John Schaefer, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it here, 25 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We find the truckers utilizing a major truck crossing along the U.S.-Mexico border can expect some delays over the coming months. Customs and Border Protection announcing that construction has begun in the pre-primary inspection area of the World Trade Bridge in Laredo. Part of what they call a non-intrusive inspection modernization and expansion project that ultimately looks to alleviate the wait times and to facilitate a more seamless travel process. Looks like this construction is expected to run tentatively through April of next year. We will see the installation of a number of multi-energy portal systems in the pre-primary area, south of the primary inspection booths, to effectively detect and prevent inadmissible persons, contraband, illicit narcotics, unreported currency, guns, ammunition, and other illegal merchandise from being smuggled into the country. So they've issued like a $480 million contract to this company, which they're going to be installing a QR code reader, a license plate recognition technology, a radio frequency identification system, situational awareness cameras, and open standards interface with the Department of Homeland Security SWIFT system, capable of integrating with radiation detection equipment. They're saying once this is all installed, they can scan more than 150 occupied vehicles per hour, utilizing a low-energy X-ray to not expose the driver to harmful levels of radiation. Once the cab has cleared the portal, it then switches to a higher energy level to scan the cargo area for contraband and illicit items. All right, the non-intrusive, like they have the X-ray, they catch a lot of stuff with those X-ray systems. So, all right, what's going on, Pappy?
Steve, you just nailed it 100% correct. What you just stated prior to the break. Trump's civil rights were violated, Steve. Plain and simple. The man got indicted without the grand jury indicting him. FDA sent that indictment over to the clerk's office. There was probably some miscommunication, maybe.
It was not supposed to be posted yet, right?
Yeah. Don't give that a case number yet. Just hang tight. But here it is.
And we'll have it.
But it's got to sign the case number.
Right. Later today, we'll have once the grand jury concludes.
Right. So they indicted a man, right, without the grand jury indicting him. His civil rights were violated. He's got a good case here. That explains, Steve, why are they holding a press conference and announcing this indictment 15 minutes before midnight?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they wait till okay, well, it's getting late. We're going to adjourn till Tuesday. You'll be back here 9 o'clock. No, they kept the courthouse open. They kept the clerk's office open. Steve, they had to get that indictment with the same date.
August 14.
Yeah, 14 hours looks bad enough, but if you got the same indictment coming down with a different date on it, the 15th, now that really, really looks bad. That's why they didn't wait till tomorrow. You realize when that got released and leaked, I'm telling you, that lady, she probably spent a good half hour in the bathroom before she had to come out. These people, man. Let me tell you something. Some people, I won't mention any names, maybe somebody just called in a few minutes ago, will stand on the street and give their whole paycheck to a 3-card Monty because they refused to believe that they're getting scammed. Well, I can find that ball. Come on, man. I'm not being taken here. You follow me?
Absolutely. Yep. And then refuse to admit it's a scam till the day they die.
Yes, sir. Steve, it's unfortunate, but people fall for scams all the time, you know? And another thing, I heard some Democrats starting to come out and complain on how some of the things that are going down in these cities, right? Starting to blame Joe Biden. Well, how come he ain't doing nothing about it? Starting to blame some of the Democrat mayors. Why ain't they doing something about this? This is starting to get bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, blame yourself. You're the ones that voted for them. Why are you blaming them? You voted these people in. Well, we'll see what happens, Steve. We'll see what happens with this.
Again,
and ain't it just fun?
My question to right, and my previous question to Eagle: Will there be any follow up to this? I mean, for her to come out and say, well, you know, after the press, I'm not a clerk, but then to say that we believe it was, hey, there was a case number on it and there was a date on it, and they're trying to say that it was. Yeah, how does that end up on the Fulton County Court's website if it was fictitious? How does that happen? Are they going to follow up?
They got themselves in a ringer here, Steve, because they came out and said, hey, that's fraudulent. Right? That's where they got themselves in a ringer here. That means they're trying to cover up what they did.
Mm-hmm.
When it's not fraudulent. If somebody posts a original document that's not fraudulent and they post it before they're supposed to post it, does that make it fraudulent? The document is real. And hopefully you got some people over in that clerk's office will testify to that document came from the DA's office. And what is she going to say?
Mm-hmm.
How do you respond to that? You mean to tell the courts that you sent an indictment over to the clerk's office to get a case number prior to the grand jury making a decision? Steve, that's typical socialist, communist, left-wing tactics, man.
And if I'm not mistaken, they said all the charges that she had offered up to present to the grand jury, yeah, they were all there. None of them, no charges were rejected by the grand jury. They said pursue everything.
Yes, sir.
And that's not common either. Typically, when you have a number of charges, they'll say, all right, we think he might be guilty of this. He might be guilty of this. This one, no, that's no, right. Not to this, not to that.
Yeah.
Everything she proposed was on the indictment.
Steve, we see that all the time. I told you sometimes when you come across somebody that's a real crook, right? A real thief. Dude's got history out the wazoo. And he commits a crime and you catch him, you throw the book at him, right? You come up with every little thing you think it might stick, and what happens? The grand jury throws some of them out because you're just stacking them on. Stack the charges on them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like giving an OVI that crashed his car a seatbelt ticket because he didn't have a seatbelt on. You're just stacking them on him, man. It's exactly what's going on here. All right, my man. Appreciate you taking the call. Got a little bit of rain tonight. this afternoon. Well, I guess what, about 8 o'clock it came through.
Yeah.
I've still been snoozing a little bit.
Heard a few rumbles of thunder while I was trying to sleep there. So I have one other question for you. Have you yet had a chance to catch the video, see the video of that explosion over in Pennsylvania over the weekend, the house that blew up?
Steve, what the heck? What? Listen, man.
I was going to ask you because you know the power of detonations. That was a pretty damn massive explosion, right? And it's an orange fireball.
Yeah.
What would that be indicative of? Any idea?
Man, Steve. God. Listen, man. I've seen the aftermath of some house explosions where it was a gas leak, right?
Yeah.
Nothing like that, my man. You know, the first thing that would come to mind is, hey, man, it was probably a gas leak. Steve, man, I don't know. You hate to speculate. But for some, man, that was one heck of an explosion, man. I don't think a gas leak can blow a house up like that.
No, I've heard concerns over the years about meth houses that could be very volatile. I mean, would a meth house cause something that big?
No,
or no?
Steve, no. The amount of chemicals that they would have to have had in there. I don't know. You hate to speculate. You wonder if it was, some homemade explosive factory too.
Mm-hmm.
These peroxide explosives, TATP, highly triacetone triperoxide, HMTD. These peroxide explosives can be crazy, but man, Steve, that looked like an Air Force drop.
Okay, I knew it looked a lot bigger, and I mean the eruption that was caught on the Ring doorbell cam, just a complete orange fireball. There's not the black smoke and stuff that you typically see from like a. I don't see how even a gas leak could build up to the point. Listen, there was 4 or 5 adults and 1 children killed in that explosion. Correct.
So if there was a gas leak that was leaking for that long and all them windows are shut and it's leaking in the house, you think people wouldn't be smelling it and saying, hey, man, we got a gas leak. We got to get the hell out of here. I don't know, man. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. And I'm curious, too. You hate to speculate, but
they did say it would take weeks, maybe. How could they say it could possibly take years to make a determination? That's a lot of forensics they said they had to go through.
Well, Steve, it was such of a massive explosion, right? That everything, every pipe in that house, right? Every copper water line, every gas line, if it even had gas, wasn't an all electric house.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it didn't even have natural gas, then that means they were doing something they shouldn't be doing in that house. I think the only common sense explanation is a gas leak, but man, Steve, I've never, ever, even with a gas leak, seen that type of explosion. That just boggles the mind. So, if they're looking for that valve that might have been leaking, who knows where it's at, man? Who knows where it's at? So yeah, keep an eye on that, man. Let us know what you find out. If I hear something, I'll be sure to let you know.
All right, very good. Thank you much, Pappy.
All
right. Have a good morning.
Yes, sir.
Safe travels, and we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it be lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything going to be sent around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Oh, and by the way, for being a listener to this program, we'll save you a bit of extra money there, 15% off your entire order. All you do is go to goldeagle.com. Yeah, post your order, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. And we had a listener last week decide he was trying to order from the Hot Shot Secret website. And I think he may have been spelling overnight with over N-I-T-E. It's over N-I-G-H-T, Overnight Drive. That's the coupon code you use at checkout. But over N-I-G-H-T. That one works. I think it was Knucklebuster that brought that up to me. That I think he may have tried to enter the code incorrectly, spelling night, N-I-T-E, instead of N-I-G-H-T. Doesn't work that way. Another video that I caught over the past weekend. Did you see the smash and grab at the Nordstrom department store? I mean, we're talking somewhere between 30 and 50 people swarmed the store. They actually used bear spray on the security guards. This is in Southern California. Surprise, surprise. The Westfield Topanga Mall in Canoga Park. Yeah, bear spray deployed from pressurized canisters, contains capsaicin. Inflamed the eyes, the upper respiratory system. An ambulance responded to the mall. Not clear if they actually transported anyone, but thieves took off with somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000 worth of luxury handbags and high-end clothing. Yeah, caught on video. Now, many of these, I mean, when you've got the high dollar, like the Louis Vuitton bags and what, if you go into your typical departments, they're chained up. They got the chains running through them, And that didn't deter them. These people were grabbing an armful of bags and with the chain still connected to the damn shelving, trying to drag the whole shelf out the door. One shopper who was inside said she saw the robbers storm in, targeting the Yves Saint Laurent products. Never seen anything like it, she says. What a disgrace. I saw 3 cop cars pull up. I saw these guys just running out of all these purses, grabbing all the YSL. Some of them wearing masks, left the scene in several cars, and as of printing time of this last evening, no arrests were reported. That would have been Sunday evening. Now, they said officers were on the scene quickly, had several investigative leads, but to criminals, they say this is just property taken. To those who live in the area and patronize the mall, it's kind of a loss of feeling safe. L.A. says the police will exhaust all efforts to bring those responsible into custody. But what happened at the Nordstroms in the mall is absolutely unacceptable, said the police chief. What happens in cases like this, more often than not, is the department stores say, that's it. We're going to shut this store down, and we're not going to service this area anymore. I mean, how many times can you lose that much sort of merchandise? They said there was November of 21. There was robbers that targeted the same store. A store employee was pepper sprayed by that group of a half dozen masked individuals. So Saturday's robbery pretty similar to another robbery that occurred last Tuesday that the Glendale police described as a flash mob-style heist at the Yves Saint Laurent store and the Americana at Brand. Clothing and other items taken at that robbery estimated at over $300,000. All right, about a minute before top of the hour here, so news break coming up, and we'll get into our final hour, believe it or not, on a Tuesday morning. Interstate in Michigan was shut down overnight last night after a semi caught fire and exploded. This was actually overnight Saturday night into Sunday morning. According to the ABC affiliate, a semi hauling aerosol cans and paint was headed south on Interstate 69 when it caught fire, causing an explosion inside the truck, scattering debris on both sides of the highway. Of course, they initially had to shut down both sides. Northbound side was cleared and reopened pretty quick. Southbound side closed through most of the night, didn't reopen to the following morning, and it was considered an environmental hazmat situation. But luckily, no injuries there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. As I said, final hour just ahead. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The White House is stressing the independence of the Justice Department after a special counsel was appointed in Hunter Biden's criminal tax case.
That is what the president believes. He believes that this White House will not politicize the Department of Justice.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre noted Trump-appointed prosecutor David Weiss is leading the case. Republicans slammed Attorney General Merrick Garland's decision to grant Weiss special counsel status last week. The White House says President Biden was never in business with his son, Hunter. Officials in Hawaii fear many more bodies will be found after devastating wildfires on Maui. At least 99 people are confirmed dead, and Governor Josh Green warns crews could find up to 20 more victims each day as they search the burned-out resort town of Lahaina. Green says the wind-driven flames tore through the community at a rate of 1 mile every minute. Some federal employees in San Francisco are being urged to work from home for now.
The San Francisco Chronicle is reporting that the Department of Health and Human Services issued the work-from-home advisory due to the unsafe conditions around the Nancy Pelosi Federal Building in San Francisco. The HHS advisory cited the fact that the surrounding area is home to an open-air drug market and is often frequented by people who are likely to be high on various substances. The directive comes as President Biden and San Francisco Mayor London Breed are calling for federal employees to return to in-person work after several years of working remotely. I'm John Schaefer.
Officials say it could take months, if not years, to determine the cause of a massive home explosion in Pennsylvania. A father and son were killed, several others injured, and nearly 60 responding firefighters were treated for minor injuries in a Pittsburgh suburb. The explosion was captured by a neighbor's Ring camera. This is USA News.
Hey there, this is Brant along with Sherry.
Hi.
And maybe you've heard about MediShare. Maybe you heard me talking about it. Well, Sherry helps produce these spots about MediShare. So people ask us, does this actually work? Is this really a great option for my health care? And honestly, the answer is yes.
Yes, it is.
For real, yes.
And you know what? It's funny, too, because a lot of people are fed up with their current arrangement or they're looking to save money, but they're hesitant, right? I'm like, MediShare has been doing this for 30 years. I think you can trust that,
You
right?
can. MediShare really is the gold standard for this healthcare sharing thing, too. And I've done it, you've done it, and people are really happy after they make the switch. I keep talking about the member satisfaction rate. It's real. It's like double that of health insurance.
I have loved it. They're professional and they care. That in and of itself is refreshing.
We could change your name to MediSherry.
That's
cool.
That's interesting.
Cool marketing thing.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. You can save a ton and be really happy with it. They're great to talk to. Call them now. They really are. Just call this number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre adding that House Republicans have accused President Biden of being involved in an influence peddling scheme, and it just isn't true.
There's been zero evidence showing otherwise, and so that's what we have seen over the past several months. That's what we have seen over the past several years.
She says the investigations led by House Republicans have yet to turn up substantial evidence to prove those allegations. The FBI says it has arrested a 17-year-old supporter of Islamic extremists in Philadelphia who was allegedly radicalized online and was choosing potential targets. The suspect was arrested Monday on state charges and is alleged to have been communicating with the group KTG. That group was designated as a global terrorist organization last year and is a known affiliate of Al-Qaeda. The Tampa Bay Rays have announced that all-star shortstop Wander Franco has agreed to go on the restricted list. This comes as Major League Baseball investigates social media posts that claim an inappropriate relationship between him and an underage girl. Ray's general manager, Peter Bendix, explains how the team found out about the rumors.
We referenced that we learned of the post in the early stages of yesterday's game.
Wall Street closing higher to start this week. Tech stocks were among the bright spots, with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ rebounding after weekly losses. At the closing bell, the Dow gained 26 points. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Automatic emergency braking systems controversy. State law enforcement officials and brake manufacturers want more interaction between the trucking industry and regulators before the government considers public comments on a rule to mandate automatic emergency braking on big trucks. You got the CVSA that includes state police, highway patrols, the Commercial Vehicle Brake Manufacturers Council, a group under CVSA that represents the OEMs, contending the controversial rule proposed jointly by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA would benefit from a higher level of engagement. They said we'd like to consider holding maybe some stakeholder listening sessions, if possible, to allow industry an additional opportunity to provide direct feedback. Kind of like the listening sessions the FMCSA held when the electronic logging devices were under development. At the same time, they've asked the agencies to extend the comment period beyond September 5th, which right now that's the current 60-day deadline, saying that's not enough time adequate to prepare and approve comments on such a complicated yet important issue. So I would expect they'll probably extend that deadline. I don't think I've seen an update whether they have or have not yet. Now, while regulators estimate requiring automatic emergency braking on trucks would generate between $1.8 billion and $2.6 billion in safety and other benefits, the overwhelming majority of the hundreds of comments filed so far actually are in opposition to the rule. And I think we've discussed the reasons for that it's technology that's not yet perfected, but there's your update. Hello, 5-7.
Which makes me think, what if this truck had that the automatic braking whenever I come through that I guess it was a hurricane or a tornado. It took out the power up there in town that I went through, and it was just a real heavy rain, and then it stopped. I mean, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and it stopped. And whenever I come out the other side of that blistering rain, right there was the tree laying there. Now, when I seen the tree, I thought, well, the road's wet, I'm empty. If I hit my brake and I hit that tree across the road, it's probably going to jackknife. So the only thing I know what to do is hit it as hard, put the fuel on it, hit it as hard as you can. The trunk was about as round as a 55-gallon drum. So it busted it, shattered it, and it damaged the truck.
That's a big tree.
Yep, well, it was, there's one on up the road that was twice as big. But I've probably seen that, like I said, because I just broke out of the blaze, the leaves and the water and everything. It took out a cell phone tower, knocked out power behind me. So that's 2 close calls with them things in the last 2 years, I guess. But just think, if it had automatic braking, then I'd probably been slowed down enough to jackknife, and who knows where that trailer would have ended up. So, just a thought. The reason I called is thank you, Douglas. Thank you. I mean, I left that young lady out, the jury for me. And, there for a while, a year ago, I mean, she was on NBC, ABC, Meet the Press, I don't know what all. And she's on there and just telling it, yeah, we're all excited about doing this. She was basically on there saying they couldn't wait to do something to Trump, So I thought that would have got the jury thrown out back then. But between that and, hey, let's not go too far with this. Maybe there's a common sense Democrat in the office that seen this and knew it was corrupt and decided to throw it out there. Face it, and maybe it's the hand of God, because once they get the conviction in the state, he can't pardon himself. That'd be interesting. President doing his business right there in the Old County jail cell, I guess. But I'd already posted that because I missed telling that earlier. But it comes down to this to me. In Georgia, the governor, Brian Kemp, got his mouth shut, not saying nothing. He needs to tell his district attorneys that you need to go down there and find out what's going on and stop this. So if there's corruption, do it. But I'm sorry, Brian Kemp is part of the swamp. His choice was definitely Jeb Bush in the swamp thing. So it's a mess over there in Georgia. But just amazing to sit back and watch him screw it up.
Right.
Hey, how about Stacey Abrams busing people out of New York, New Jersey, and putting them up in the motels and getting them to register and vote in Georgia? Let's all that. Which I think today she still doesn't believe that Brian Kemp's the governor. She believes she is, and oh Lord, it just sit back and watch this. Yep, we're going to just see what's going to happen. We're seeing it falling apart. I got to see that news conference now after hearing everybody say what happened. And that's all I got. That's all I got.
Right.
Buddy, I'm going to sit back, top it about. I'm going to wait for my notification on, can you believe it, Wednesday morning for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on Facebook.
Well, somebody may actually say, hey, Mike, what day is it? I might as well pass it on. I had this last evening. For what it's worth, technically, we know it ain't going anywhere, right? Not at this point with the Senate in control, Democrats in control of the Senate. But Republican Representative Greg Steube of Florida actually introduced 4 articles of impeachment against Joe Biden on Friday. As several congressional committees are building that multi-pronged case to remove him from office. He clearly thinks that the building process is taking too long, and said as much in a rather scathing statement. Steube says it's long past time to impeach Joe Biden. He has undermined the integrity of his office, brought disrepute to the presidency, betrayed his trust as president, and acted in a manner subversive of the rule of law and justice at the expense of American citizens. The evidence continues to mount by the day. The Biden crime family has personally profited off of Joe's government positions through bribery, threats, and fraud. Joe Biden must not be allowed to continue to sit in the White House selling out our country. So he laid out 4 articles of impeachment. First article, abuse of power. Steube said Biden's son sold access to the then vice president during the Obama administration, even preemptively promised access to a potential Biden administration leading up to the 2020 election. These allegations have dogged the president for years, but have recently gained momentum as more evidence comes out about how involved he was in Hunter's business activity. Second article alleges obstruction of justice is based on the testimony of the IRS whistleblowers. He accused the Biden team of colluding with the Department of Justice to improperly interfere with investigations into tax crimes alleged to have been committed by Hunter. Third article alleges fraud. James Biden, the president's brother, used Joe to lure investors into business ventures on false and fraudulent pretenses and promises. The fourth and final article, financial involvement in drugs and prostitution. Steube claims that between 2010 and 2019, thousands of dollars of Biden family money was spent on illegal drug transactions and prostitution. Now, according to Fox, Steube's articles have kind of jumped ahead of at least 4 Republican-led committee investigations pursuing avenues to impeach Biden. Now, the Florida Republican introduced another piece of legislation aimed at the First family on Friday as well. He announced that he's introducing a bill in response to what he described as the failed investigation by the U.S. Secret Service into the presence of cocaine in the White House. Completely unacceptable that the Secret Service has failed to find who is responsible for bringing cocaine in one of the most secure buildings in the world. My legislation demands information on the closed investigation into the cocaine found at the White House in July and focuses on how Congress can provide oversight to prevent future illicit usage of controlled substances in the White House. It's an obvious nod to the first son's well-documented history of drug abuse. All right, he's calling this piece of legislation the Helping Understand Narcotics Traces at the Executive Residence Act, or the Hunter Act. The Hunter Act. All right, it ain't going anywhere, right? I mean, didn't Marjorie Taylor Greene introduce articles of impeachment? It seems like Lauren Boebert kind of got into a pissing match with Marjorie Taylor when she introduced. There's been a handful that have introduced such articles, but Not going anywhere. It's 18 past the hour. Back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, trust your week's off to a good start. Hey, what's going on with Brother Rambler this morning?
Hey, praise God, Steve. Yeah, man, my week's off to a very good start. And I tell you, all this mess, the Hunter Act, I bet they wish that Marion Barry was still alive. You don't remember who Marion Barry is? That's the former D.C. mayor that got caught smoking crack and did time in federal prison. And still got reelected as the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Sure did.
They could have. That's right. They could have laid the blame on him, but depending on where he went when he left this world, he can't put that blame on them no more. I'd say blame Nancy Pelosi, but anyway. Well, Steve, I've been listening to this podcast for a while called the Dale Jr. Download, sponsored by Dirty Mo Media.
Yeah.
And I've seen some old pictures of you with an Earnhardt jacket on, and when I first got into NASCAR, Daytona 1987, I was really enthralled by the father-son battle between Bobby and Davey Allison. I've become a huge Davey Allison fan. I was all about the number 28 Texaco Haviland Ford, by Robert Yates Racing. And, I used to call old Dale Earnhardt the Black Devil, because he was just reckless. But I tell you what, I become an Earnhardt fan, Steve, whenever I went to the last race in Atlanta, Georgia in 1995. And I had good seats on turn 4, me and my little brother Brian, who was unfortunately left us a number of years ago. But I watched that black number 3 dominate and lead almost every single lap of that race. And what made me an Earnhardt fan was his fans. They embraced every time we would see that black number 3. We had seats so close, Steve, that we could see when he come off turn 4, we could see his face, we could see his gloves. It was just perfect seats. And I just never will forget. I left that race that day being a huge Earnhardt fan, and when he got killed, that's kind of when I got out of NASCAR. Now NASCAR is nothing but a joke. They went woke, and I just don't want nothing to do with it no more. But Dale Jr. has got this new show called Becoming Dale Earnhardt. He's going through family scrapbooks that his aunt had of all the years that, and his sister kept up with everything that was to do with Dale Earnhardt they had. So he's going year by year of his dad's entire career. They're starting in 1979. And I tell you, if you're a Dale Earnhardt fan, you've got to start listening to this. It's Dirty Mo Media, Dale Jr. Download. If you after Steve Summers show, you're still awake and you need something to listen to, and you don't want to listen to politics, because God knows we just can't get enough of politics. Yeah. So yeah, you want to do something a little bit different, listen to something a little bit different. Just check out Dale Jr., Dirty Mo Media, and Becoming Earnhardt. I'm already on volume 5, praise God, and I tell you, it's something else. But Steve, God's children, if you need something else to listen to, you want to listen to the gospel that comes straight from the Lord to someone that loves the Lord, then go to Determined Ministries Church. Steve, we had such a great service this past Sunday. The title of the message was called Jesus is Truth, and I tell you, there's a lot of craziness going on in the world, but I want to remind you, there is someone that sits on the right hand of God, and that person is still in control. Yes, the Bible does say your adversary, the devil, is like a roaring lion. And there's that word like. He isn't the Lion of the tribe of Judah, according to what Revelation chapter 5, verse 5 says. He is like. He makes pretend he's a lion. All this chaos you see going along with Trump and the Bidens and all that, that's all stirred up by the devil. But you know what? There's an almighty, powerful God who sent his son, Jesus Christ, and he's still firmly in control, God's children. So, with that being said, I know you're coming up on the break. I'm only going to work 4 days this week. I'm off this Friday. We got high school football kicking off, and me and Little Rambler going to check out the Chickasaw Chieftains. So I know, man, so we're going to be checking out
already.
The Chickasaw Chieftains. Already, brother, already. So I'll try and call in at least one more time, but I love you out there, God's children. Remember this, love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, I pray for y'all, and know that, hey, I just love you. And go check out Determined Ministries Church. Check out the Dale Jr. Download. And don't forget to always tune in to Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. God bless you, Steve. We'll shout at you later, brother.
All right. Appreciate you checking in here this Tuesday morning. Again, week's off to a good start. Right on the heels, wasn't it about a week ago that it was an anniversary? I think we had it on this date in history where Hank Williams Jr. Made a fall out west. I was just a little kid. I don't remember what occurred, but it was like a 500 fall. He said he's a very blessed man to be alive today. That story brought the report I found this past day, a 13-year-old boy surviving after slipping and falling nearly 100 feet at the Grand Canyon in Arizona. It took rescue crews 2 hours to pull him to safety after falling off the ledge at a popular tourist site, the North Rim there. Flown to the hospital with serious injuries, but has since been discharged, amazingly. Wyatt told a local television station he had fallen while moving out of the way so people could take pictures. Said he had been squatting down and holding onto a rock with one hand when he lost his grip and started to fall back. After the fall, I don't remember anything after that, he says. I just kind of remember waking up and being in the back end of an ambulance and a helicopter and getting on a plane and getting here. So 9 broken vertebrae, a ruptured spleen, broken hand, collapsed lung, but still alive, amazingly. Wow. Not many can tell that story. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We return after a news break here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Several people remain hospitalized in South Carolina following the crash of a church bus.
Roughly 24 people were on a church bus Sunday evening when it crashed in Anderson County. The bus was carrying worshipers from the Labor of Fields Church in Homeland Park area. It is unclear how the crash happened, but 18 people were transported to area hospitals with a variety of injuries, according to WYFF. 2 of the people were airlifted. A church spokesperson says one of the people remains in intensive care. Other injuries include a broken vertebrae, brain bleed, and several broken bones. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. I'm Scott Kimbler.
Overseas, the UK's defense ministry says British Air Force jets intercepted Russian bombers. The ministry confirms the pilots monitored 2 Russian long-range maritime patrol bombers north of Scotland in international airspace on Monday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380. Call now.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, happy Taco Tuesday. Or should I say happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Coffee's up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Only 72 for a high in Fort Wayne, 68 in Sterling Heights. I said it's almost going to be a little touch of fall in parts of the country today. Have a safe day out there as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, happy Taco Tuesday. All right, Sundance got you coming up next. You're going to get to Pappy here. Yes, sir. Yes, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Give me just a second, man. I am getting ready to send you an email. Anyway, listen, the reason I called back is I haven't talked too much about this. All this talk about impeaching Biden.
Right.
Listen, it ain't going to happen. All right? I don't know if you heard this. In order to impeach the president, the impeachable crimes have to have been committed while he was in office. In other words, you can't impeach Biden for something that he done when he was vice president.
Okay.
The whole Burisma deal, most of all of this occurred when he was vice president, not in office as president. So it's going to be hard to impeach him, and I think they know that. Now, they might be able to get him on some tax evasion stuff, right, for all these SAR reports coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be a possibility. But as far as impeaching him, that's why I haven't really been on the air calling for his impeachment. I don't think it's going to fly.
Yeah, we know he's not doing he's not living up to his oath of protecting the American people with the southern border, that issue. But I mean,
yeah, it's a hard thing to prove, though.
Right,
Steve.
right.
Because
you can.
Plus, you got to get it through the Senate.
And you're going to pass the buck on. Well, you've got a Homeland Security director. You got all those under him.
Right.
That hey, I delegated authority to Kamala Harris. She's the border czar. It's it's
right. The second thing, I just sent you a screenshot. I think it went through.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Trump is not, as much as maybe Douglas wants it to happen, Trump is not going to be sitting in the jail cell. Secret Service has sole authority on where the president, his security. In other words, the Secret Service is not going to allow him to sit in a jail cell in any county or state prison. That's not going to happen. The Secret Service has that authority. Wherever the president goes, right, the Secret Service, entitled by the U.S. title there,
U.S. Code,
U.S. Code can not allow anyone into any facility near the president if they don't want to. And I don't think, Steve, they even have to give an explanation. They can just say he's not coming in. Or the president's coming into this building and all these people in here got to go. They have that authority.
Mm-hmm.
So to think that Trump's going to be sitting in a jail cell, dude, it ain't going to happen. If you think the Secret Service is going to stick a former president of the United States in a prison with a bunch of
right. That's right.
Convicted felons. It ain't happening. So, hey, thanks for taking the call back. Usually don't call back a second time, but I thought that information that, you know, his crimes that he committed to be impeached have to be committed while he's in office.
Okay. And like you said, I mean, those that are filing this stuff, they should be aware of that, correct?
Well, yeah, and I think that's what Biden knows, man. You know, but listen, he's politically hit, man. He's a wounded duck, you know, and the media is really, you know, listen, man, when you got the left-wing media starting to ask questions about the bank reports and the SARS,
and the whistleblowers saying, hey, they might there might be more to investigate here.
It's not because they're trying to do the right thing. He's going to hurt their liberalism, and they're going to throw him under the bus. So we'll see if Michelle's going to be the savior. Like I said, I called it about 6 months, a year ago, Steve. So we'll see. I don't know. There's some rumors going around. All right, my man. Thanks for taking the call. I'll talk to you.
All right. Thank you much. All right. Peyton Manning, once known as the Sheriff during his professional football days, become this fall, he'll be known as Professor. The Pro Football Hall of Famer and one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time is headed back to the University of Tennessee to imprint lessons from his life to the next generation. Now, he graduated from that school in 1997, a degree in speech communication. Manning says, I'm looking forward to working with the college's talented faculty and directly with students in an effort to ensure they're well prepared for their future careers. University of Tennessee said they're appointing Manning a professor of practice at the College of Communication and Information. There is no other ambassador for our college and university like Peyton Manning, and we're proud to welcome him to the college's faculty. According to the dean, Peyton is a true volunteer, and I look forward to our students gaining valuable knowledge from him as we continue to prepare for the next generation of communication and information leaders. Now, Manning called his time studying at the college a foundational experience. He'll join classes during the year as a featured expert, as well as continuing to host the Manning Cast with his brother Eli there. The Manning Cast. All right. Sundance Kid, hey there.
Hey, Steve. Hey, I want to let everybody know I am not voting for Joe Biden. All right? Y'all done beat him up so bad, I can't take it.
That's
He's
right.
not good for the country.
Yeah.
I'm not voting for Joe Biden. I didn't vote for him last time, but I didn't vote for Hillary either. We got to go third party.
Like Pappy just explained, he may not even be on the ballot when the time comes. It's just,
I'm hoping Gavin Newsom.
Okay. Like that would be better. Oh boy.
Well, I mean, California is doing pretty good.
Okay.
It depends on who you listen to. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
The fifth largest economy in the world. Their economy is bigger than Germany.
Well, sure, the economy's doing well, but most of the people that have the means to do so are getting the hell out of the state. And when you got your poop patrol, when you got legalized crapping in the street and all that stuff, that they're going down that path, that's not a good model for the country.
Right. Well, I mean, we're all going to be pooping in the street here shortly because we're broke. But yeah, as far as the Yellow thing that I said last night, I was just trying to let the guys at Yellow know why they might be wasting their time trying to get on at the other carrier because there's a stigma around those guys. And see, earlier today, y'all were talking about some guys don't care at the places they work at.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't the culture at ABF. If we would police each other, we would take care of each other. We would show the younger guy coming in. They took me under their wing. That's the way that was over there. It wasn't like that at other carriers, I'm pretty sure. And we took pride in our stuff. We had the Presidential Handling Award for not messing up freight. That's, like I said, they were trying to figure out what was going on. And I saw what I saw at my terminals. I worked at 3 different terminals, and those were the guys, and they would sit around and they wouldn't. So I mean, and I'm not saying it's all yellow guys, but everyone that I run into, yeah. Now CF guys, those guys that come from CF, they were better than us. CF, I wish had never gone out of business, but that's where that goes. But yeah, I'm working on the. Okay, I was listening to Todd Spence from OOIDA, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's on the TV talking about the lady was talking about we got a trucker surplus now, right? And I'm going to explain what has happened, and I figured it out. During COVID, we had a trucker shortage, right? Is that what they said?
They've been talking trucker shortage for 20 plus years. Now, during COVID, there was a big surge in demand, and how many thousands came into the industry? Mostly the owner operators. They bought a truck and they were making good money. We hear about all those that are going broke now.
Right. Okay. Here's what's happened. All right. So we had a higher demand for trucks.
Correct.
Now the company or the country at this time was shut down, right? So we had a demand for trucks, and this is why we're not. If we do the right thing here, we can fix it. All right. So what happened was guys were getting paid the right amount of money back then. We were making whatever the price of diesel was. We were running for that. Okay. Now, what happened was the price of diesel went up, and then that's what caused us not to okay. So if you made enough money back then, you could go home because you made your money. You could run 3,000 miles a week and go home for a couple of days, 3 days, because you just made $9,000 and your expenses were $4,500 on a new truck and fuel. So therefore, you had money in your pocket. Now, when you start running for less than what it costs to run the truck for, you can't go home. So therefore, it looks like there's more trucks out here, but they're not getting paid because they can't go home. So yes, there's more a demand, but the same demand is there. We should have more demand since the country is back up and running and not shut down because everybody's back to work. But because the truck drivers aren't getting paid enough, they can't go home. They got to take every single thing to try to make some money, and they're never going to run enough miles to make some money. So that's what the problem is. If we go back to the scenario where we were making the same amount as the price of diesel back then, we will be okay again. If you raise the rates to $4, I'm telling you, it's the simplest. Everybody can see it. I'm hauling it for this amount because that's the price of fuel. If it goes up, we get a pay raise. It's not a pay raise. It's just to let you make the money. Now, if the fuel goes down to $2 a gallon, you know what? If you run for $2 a mile at $2 a gallon, you will still make money. I promise you. It works across the board. But if fuel's that high and you run for no money, I mean because we know it's $2 a mile to run the truck. If you're running for $2 a mile, you're not making no money. So you're out here trying to grab the thing. It doesn't matter. You can run 10,000 miles a month and you'll make no money. I got friends that are doing it because the people are stealing. But the more you run, the more they make, because these companies make about $1 a mile off a lease operator and an owner operator. Minimum. That's minimum. So if you run 10,000 miles a month at $2 a mile, they make $10,000. In a year, you make zero. Now, if you run for $3 a mile and they get the same dollar and you get, guess what? You get $10,000. If you run for $4 a mile, which is the price of diesel about average, then you make $2 a mile profit, and you make 10,000 miles, you make $20,000. They still make their $10,000. That's how it works. The more you run for less money, the more they love you. The more they love you to run. But see, if they pay you too much, you'll go home for a couple of days. You'll work 3 or 4 days a week, and therefore we have we have a big demand for trucks. That's why. That's exactly why. I don't know. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Steve?
I think that could be fairly part of the equation, yeah. I mean, obviously, with the rates down, they are saying that they believe the rates have hit the bottom. Looks like things are kind of stabilizing. Yeah, will the rates begin to climb here in the second half of the year? Yet to be seen. But we should be getting some of the July numbers here pretty soon. I mean, everything runs a month and a half behind. But we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let's check in with Vic this morning. What do you say, Vic?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I hope you can hear me better this morning. I listened to the podcast, and I could hardly hear myself. Excuse me just a second. Pappy was talking about that impeachment thing. I thought what they were working on, the reason they're taking so much time is they're going through everything and trying to lead up to see if after Biden became president, if he's tried to run interference on Hunter's case there. Maybe I'm all wrong, but Pappy's right on all he said. It has to be something they did as president, and that's what I thought that they were working on. Maybe not, but the other thing too, that you mentioned those batteries, and when you were in high school chemistry, did they ever take like a phosphorus bar and put in water or anything, and it, you can get bad phosphorus burns with it and all that? I don't know if you ever did that or not. And last night when you mentioned the lithium iron phosphate batteries, kind of threw me for a loop, because I was trying to think in my mind, how is that going to work, because the phosphorus can become quite flammable. And then today when I looked it up, they turn it into phosphoric acid, and phosphoric acid there in all your sodas and everything else. So it's not as combustible. So, and that was one of the things that they, I think Tesla had put that type of battery in some of their cars because it wasn't as flammable, but it is kind of heavier because it has the iron in it. But then I started looking at everything, and I was amazed at how much battery technology has came along. But they have it seems like they have the same syndrome that they had in Detroit years ago. It was called NIH, not invented here. So if somebody outside came up with something good, they would wind up, the major manufacturers would either essentially steal it from them or just refuse to use it. So anyway, I wanted to kind of cover that. But the other thing too, you probably heard the term, the best defense is a good offense. And these prosecutors that are running around, state prosecutors, county prosecutors, trying to prosecute Trump and indict him, I have to wonder, they had a responsibility during that election. And if there was any election fraud or even reported election fraud, they had the obligation and duty to investigate that and either debunk it or go on. And there were several people that signed affidavits saying that they were present whenever nefarious things were going on in the election process. Now, whether those affidavits were false or not, I can't say, but Trump was relying on information that was sent to him. The local prosecutor had the responsibility to go to those people and explain to them, you understand, if you're perjuring yourself, you're going to be convicted. So my personal feeling is that a lot of those prosecutors did not do their job, and they are just trying to hope that they can lay it off onto Trump. That's just my own theory about the matter. And the other thing too is, I don't know how people can be prosecuted for exercising their right to contest an election. I mean, that's been a given since the founding of the country. I mean, I'm really confused as to what sort of legal gymnastics been able to pull.
I think it's the RNC has put a collage, a composition of Democrats contesting. In some cases, it was George W. In some cases, it was Donald Trump. I mean, Hillary notoriously contesting. He's not a duly seated president. I mean, and it goes on and on and on where one after another said Donald Trump is not president. Donald Trump is not president. So when they're saying it, it's fine. But I guess after Trump tried to contest his loss, that's a crime. But with that, we got to close it out here on a Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.